We will go ahead and get started because we got some things I think folks want to talk about this evening. So welcome everybody to today's County Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 26, 2026. I will call this meeting to order since we have a quorum. Here in the Nat U Hill room, we have Councilors Hawk, Iverson, Deckard, Wiltz, and Feidel. I believe Councilmember Henry is going to be joining us virtually. I don't see him as of yet, but I believe he will be virtual. So, all those that are able to stand, please stand for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the adoption of tonight's agenda. Does anybody wish to amend tonight's agenda? All right, seeing no amendments, and because we don't have Councilmember Henry just yet, we can do this by voice vote. So all those in favor of adopting tonight's agenda as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Next up, we will have item number 4, which is public comment. So those are usually, well, not usually, they are for public comment for items not on the agenda. So if there are members of the public that are here tonight that would like to speak to items not on tonight's agenda, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. Or if you are in Teams land, you can raise your hand. Each person that would like to make a public comment on tonight or items not on tonight's agenda, you will state your name for the record and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Do we have anybody? No, we will move this on. All right, so next up we will have department updates and, oh, I thought I saw a hand briefly. It was, okay. All right, so I'm gonna keep going. I saw a little yellow hand raise up, and so I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, so for department updates, those are items not on the agenda. So if there is a department update that's present here in the Nat U Hill room, or if you are virtual, you can come forward to the lectern here, and you'll have up to 10 minutes for items not on tonight's agenda. I can see. Okay, so we will move on to our consent agenda items. And before we get into the meat and potatoes of our meeting, I know that we have a lot of folks that are here present in the room and probably in virtual land as well. So I ask my colleagues if we can expedite through this agenda so that we can get to the heavy topic at hand. All right, so next up is item number 6, which is our consent agenda items.
Council, please note that there was a Scrivener's error with regards to the February 4th joint executive session minutes. The correct date is April 2nd, which was included in the meeting packet. I move to approve the following consent agenda items for May 26th. A, the approval of the following summary minutes as presented, April 2nd, 2026, joint executive session of Council and Commissioners. March 30th, 2026, joint executive session of Council and Commissioners. April 14th, 2026, County Council meeting. April 28th, 2026, County Council meeting. And item B, the Highway Department's request in Fund 1176-0000, Motor Vehicle Highway, for a category transfer of $4,000 from the services category to the supplies category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from council members on this consent agenda items? And it also looks like we have Councilmember Henry that is joining us virtually as well. Questions? Okay, seeing none, because we need to do this as a roll call vote, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Councilor Feidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz? Yes. Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Is his face?
Yep, there
There it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
For that. Next up are items regarding the hiring freeze review, which is item number 7.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Technical Service Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1138-0000 Cumulative Capital Development Fund a full-time help desk/remote desktop technician.
Second.
Okay. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, we've had a position come open in our office that is one of our full-time technical support positions. The help desk remote support position is actually the first line of defense we have in our office. When calls are placed to our main line number, the help desk operator is the one answering that. They typically address smaller tickets, updates, things like that, that they can help the user with remotely. Anything above that, they start dispatching onto the other techs, or if it's a web issue, onto the web team or telecommunications, whatever it needs dispatched to. This position is also responsible for 1 week of the every 4-week on-call rotation we have that's shared with the other 3 full-time technicians that's in that section. So in the interim, because we have been without the position filled fully for a little while, we redistributed the duties as best we could. Our webmaster and our office manager never hesitate to pick up the phone and answer it when people call to try to help out. The on-call's been moved around to try to keep our 3 techs from being overburdened with comp time or having to flex out, which leaves us short as well. So this is a very vital position to our office, which all are. I mean, we don't have a lot of fat in our budget there, if you want to put it that way, for lack of a better term, and I do count on each and every one of my people to be there and present. So I'd appreciate the consideration to fill the vacancy.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions on this item? All right, seeing none, we will move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz? Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much.
Up is county council business, item number 8 with emergency management.
Council, I move to approve the Emergency Management Department's request in Fund 4938-9626 Emergency Management Duke Grant to create account lines 28900 CO Emergency Response Supplies and 38350 Grant Distribution, and to simultaneously approve additional appropriations of $150 in the supplies category and $5,350 in the services category for a total appropriation of $5,500.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I see Mr. Baker is online. So, Mr. Baker, you should be able to unmute, and you can go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, good evening, Council. This is a Duke grant that we got to help Monroe Fire Protection District fulfill their water safety and boating safety campaign that they're starting. And this will help them purchase life jacket loaner stations throughout the county near bodies of water. Their locations are still unknown at this time, but they are working with some water safety specialists to get that going. So this will help keep people safe on the water, especially around Lake Monroe and Cliffy Lake and stuff. And the leftover funds will help us purchase more weather radios to keep people alerted of storms and stuff.
Thank you very much for that. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Baker on this item? Yes, Councilmember Decker.
I was very happy to see this come in and the emergency management alongside the fire protection district. We're proactively talking about something that I think that haunts a lot of us and many families, particularly as we enter a season where traffic increases and extends. And so I appreciate very much that the folks who respond to emergencies are thinking proactively about things that might assist us to have one less, two less, multiple less, and I'm grateful for that immensely.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? All right, seeing none, we will move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, raise your hand via Teams, or you can come forward to the lectern here in the room. And still seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, next up is item B from the Board of Commissioners.
All right, this is a long one, so be patient. Council, as a reminder to everyone, due to a lack of unanimous vote at the May 12th meeting, this is the second reading and approval of Ordinance 2026-17, fixing terms and conditions for the purchase of land as follows. Whereas, pursuant to the authority granted to the Monroe County Council, hereby after council, by the General Assembly of the State of Indiana under Indiana Code 36-2-2-20, the council, quote, a conveyance or purchase by a county of land having a value of $1,000 or more must be authorized by an ordinance of the county fiscal body, fixing the terms and conditions of the transaction, end quote. And whereas, the Monroe County Board of Commissioners intend to purchase land from the Logan Land Development LLC, hereafter seller, under certain terms, which are described in the attached and incorporated, quote, contract for purchase of real estate, end quote, marked as, quote, Exhibit 1, end quote. And whereas Exhibit 1 indicates a purchase price of $11,373,000, $11,375,000, thank you. The agreement requires council approval pursuant to Indiana Code 36-1-10-5.5 and Indiana Code 36-2-2-20. Now, therefore, be it ordained and established by the Monroe County Council as follows. Section 1, the Monroe County Council has been provided 2 appraisals for the property owned by the seller as shown in Exhibit 1. Section 2, the council wishes for Monroe County to acquire the property owned by seller and described in Exhibit 1. As the fiscal body for Monroe County, this ordinance serves as the expression of the council's interest in purchasing the land as required by Indiana Code 36-1-10.5-5. Section 3, per Indiana Code 36-2-2-20, the council approves of all of the terms and conditions described in the contract for purchase of real estate, which is attached hereto as Exhibit 1. The council recognizes that the purchase price does not exceed the average of the 2 of the appraisals received and accepted by the council. Section 4, to the extent council approval is required, the council approves the execution and deliverance of any and all documents necessary to approve the contract for purchase of real estate and authorizes officers of the county to take any and all action necessary to ratify, approve, or finalize the transaction.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I don't know who's presenting, but somebody, go ahead. Oh. You're at the table, so I'm assuming it's you. Hello, Sheriff.
Good evening, council members and Madam President. This past weekend, well, it was a long weekend, I spent a lot of time thinking about what I was going to present to the council. Gave a tremendous amount of thought. At one point, I gave it some thought in the sense of repeating the first PowerPoint presentation that I presented. And as I thought about that, I'm thinking, well, you already showed that. And I also thought about, what about the photographs that presented before in the past? Should I present those just to as a refresher? And, well, you already did that as well. I even thought about repeating some of the stories of what we have been through, the staff, the residents in that facility, and why is it that we need a brand new facility at this point? I'm thinking, well, we have done that as well. So decided just to really talk about the facts and what you already know, and hopefully go from there. As you know, when I took over 5 years and a half ago, we discussed this, very transparent, and really thought about how to bring the council members up to speed as far as constitutional jail, because we're at the borderline right now, not being constitutional. So my thought process was, knowing that there was a consent decree that's been in effect for 17 years, as you know, okay, how do we move forward? Because 17 years is quite a long time, and believe it, for the staff members and for the people in that facility, that's a long time, okay, to make improvements. But the issue still remains. We talk about being very caring and humane, but the lack of medical care that we could provide is not there right now because of this lack of space. The population for us is growing slowly. I can't tell you why. I just can't tell you. But I could tell you when it does, and we have people there that need medical care, we have to step up and provide it. But it's so difficult at this point because of the space. We're lacking space tremendously. And God forbid we have to quarantine people, we won't be able to do it. We just don't have the space. Programs. I know this county is very caring, as the council members are, because you do talk about how do we provide assistance to people before they end up in a facility, which is a very good concept, and I'm 100% behind that. We have to do both at the same time, because the majority of the people that we have are people that need help. We're trying to be a proactive team in the sense of trying to meet them where they're at, meaning not everyone is the same, but the staff for us, the size remains the same. It's a very, very difficult task for us, I could tell you. And when I come and sit in front of you and I say to you, because I'm going to keep my word to be transparent, but to be fair to you, if I'm going to come to you and ask you for certain things, I need you to understand why. And I can tell you right now, the numbers are concerning to me right now as they're creeping up. It really is. I won't get too deep into that right now, but I assure you it is. And we cannot keep up trying to help someone with programs if the numbers keep up and our staff numbers remain the same. It's just humanly impossible to do that. And the thing is, we all agreed upon that we want to provide them with the best programs in a system and assist them as much as we can. We all agree to that. We have that in common. But I could sit here and tell you that we're falling short. It is what it is. I can't, the staff that we have are doing a phenomenal job. We hold them to a very high standard. But when you're tired, you make mistakes. Our use of force has dropped 80%. It has. But when you have people that are in a facility that's overcrowded, temperatures flare up. And which means is the potential for our staff members to get hurt, the percentage rises. So I'm going to ask you for help in the sense of we have to do something fast, because when I said to you also, I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, and it's coming fast. It truly is. It's coming fast because we cannot keep up at the momentum that the people are coming in, which we have no control over, but it's there. We also have the lack of the ADA providing people that need that service. We just don't have it. We are a caring community. Yes, we are. We want to provide those services, but at the present time, we just can't do it at the level that we should be able to do it. I already touched on the safety of the staff and the inmates. That's something that I think about dramatically. So when I thought about what I'm going to say to the council, that forefront, that was one of the things I wanted to repeat myself to you, that it's a situation that if I could bring them in and talk to themselves, you could hear from their voices the stress that they're under. But I can't, because some of them have to go home to sleep to work the midnight shift or the second shift or the third shift, so it's very difficult. So they're doing the very best that they can under the circumstances. So for the new facility, one of the things that I thought about, and I agree with the council when you mentioned multiple times, is what we need to do, the first step is just build the office, the sheriff's office, and the jail. I agree with you 100%. I really do. The time is now. I always stood the ground that whatever we take, position we take, whatever location we select, it will be the fastest that we could move at the present time. I always said that. And not to move forward at the present time is literally putting a tremendous amount of more stress on the staff that are already stressed to a point that concerns me. It really does. So we all agree that we want to treat people humanely. We agreed upon that. We also agree that we want to have public safety to the utmost. This is a public safety issue because we try to do is when they come in is provide, specifically residents now I'm talking about, is provide them with all the help that we can, so when they leave the facility, they don't go back to the same pattern or habits that cause them to be in there. We're trying to be proactive, but here again, it keeps coming back to the facility and the staff number. And when I say to you that when we release people and the numbers are higher, and releasing people that we know for a fact need assistance, and it takes time to provide that assistance, and we don't have the staff and or the size of facility to do that, it concerns me. Because at what point do we realize that once we hit that number, there's a point of no return, and we're creeping up to it very quickly. One of the things that I thought about this weekend as well, and I'm not an attorney for what I'm about to say, I might ask Commissioner Monroe to come up here for a minute in case I missed something that I didn't say properly, because I want to make sure that I provide adequate information to you. I thought about this. Let's say the lawsuit goes through. I know for a fact, testify. I know for a fact there's going to be the chief deputy. I know for a fact that the jail commander is going to be, Kyle Gibbons, going to be asked to testify as well. And once we do, if we go that route, in the 17 years of being given extension, a federal judge is going to look at the whole picture and lose. And once we do, there's the part that I'm a little puzzled, because my understanding, the main concern for the council was being cost effective, and I agree with that 100%. But if it goes to a federal lawsuit, it's going to cost the county taxpayers a whole lot more money. We're going to lose control of how we proceed forward, because at this point, it's going to be a court order telling us what to do and when to do it. And I believe probably deadlines. And there'll be consequences if we don't meet those deadlines. So I thought about that this weekend as well. I really wanted to make sure that the council understood that, because because it could be you at one point also being subpoenaed to testify as well. It won't have to be just us. It could be you as well, because you're the ones making the decision. So, thinking that through, I don't know what else we'll be facing if that happens. And I don't know, maybe Commissioner Medora, can you elaborate a little bit if you have anything else you want to add to this, what I just said? Want to add to it a little bit? The reason I'm asking, as an attorney, I think I might be missing some of the steps, but I want them to fully understand what, if we do get subpoenaed to testify, what will happen after that.
Pardon me, are you asking our county attorney to make comments or the county commissioner?
He's a county commissioner.
So I think many of you, members of the public and colleagues, have asked what comes next. The ACLU through Ken Falk has stated its intentions clearly. They will file immediately and they will seek summary judgment. Summary judgment isn't a request for further negotiation or dialogue. It's a request for a court to decide the ultimate legal question without a trial because the facts aren't meaningfully in dispute. The question here will be, did Monroe County have an unconstitutional jail? I don't know that any elected official in this room would say that it's not unconstitutional. In recent days, our population was as high as 272. This jail has a functional capacity of 235. This is a structural problem. All the new services in the world won't create new ADA cells, rec space, or alleviate overcrowding. So if summary judgment is granted, the only remaining question is what remedy a federal court will impose on Monroe County. Once we stop acting as one county and start acting as separate legal adversaries. The commissioners, the sheriff, and the council will each retain separate attorneys, file separate briefs, and present separate arguments. And from what I've seen of the record from the past 17 years, the ACLU will prevail. Some have asked whether we can negotiate our way out at this point. We can't. Mediation works when both sides are vulnerable, exposed to legal risk, and sit at the table as equals. That's not Monroe County's situation. We've known for years that this jail is unconstitutional. We've said so publicly, we've studied it repeatedly. We've agreed on the record that the current facility cannot be repaired as a constitutional jail. We've even entered into a settlement agreement to resolve prior litigation. That history doesn't give us leverage, it undermines it. Once summary judgment is entered against us, we'll walk into a federal courtroom again as divided defendants. The judge will ask the ACLU what relief it seeks and what recommendations it has. Then each county party, the commissioners, the sheriff, and the council will be asked to respond, and then the judge will rule. That ruling, as we've said before, could be sweeping. A court could order population reductions and mandatory out-of-county transfers of at least $75 per person per day. It could mandate specific staffing levels, medical care, mental health services, sanitation standards, and safety measures. It could require us to make structural changes to the jail, which the transition team has estimated would cost $3.5 to $13 million in 2026 dollars. It could impose outside monitoring and rigorous reporting requirements lasting for years. It could set hard deadlines for site selection, financing, design, and construction with tight benchmarks of 60 or 90 days. A federal court might not be able to choose a site for us, but it can narrow our choices so severely that local control becomes largely theoretical. At the best, it's compromise. That's court-supervised compliance, and it's the opposite of negotiation or mediation. Litigation doesn't give us options we don't already have. It takes options away. So this vote will define how Monroe County is remembered on this issue, not the years of studies and stalled decisions, but what we choose to do right now. And so while I'm here, I'd like to take a point of prerogative. That's okay with you, Sheriff?
Yes, please.
I'm asking each council member to stand together and to end this before a federal court ends it for us, not because we're forced to, but because we're capable of governing, because the people living and working in that jail are our neighbors and they deserve better, and because the residents of this county deserve a government that can make hard decisions together rather than be driven apart by litigation. The path forward requires all of us. It requires setting aside institutional defensiveness and past disagreements. It necessitates moving with urgency that matches the seriousness of what we're facing. The courthouse door isn't yet closed, and we can still avoid walking through it altogether. And as a lawyer, I'm really scared of being dragged through it separately without my colleagues, without you guys. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to make this site work alongside you, my commissioner colleagues, the sheriff, the mayor, and the city council. So let's resolve this together on our terms before a federal judge resolves it on theirs. I also want to add that however tonight ends, it's a given that our relationship, our collaboration, and our work together continues. Monroe County faces real challenges that will outlast this litigation. In combating homelessness, building infrastructure, improving public health, making housing attainable, accelerating economic development, delivering basic services to our residents. None of these challenges can be solved by any one office or any one branch of county government acting alone. They require the same commissioners, the same sheriff, and the same council working in good faith towards shared goals. So the habits we build now of communicating early, treating each other as partners rather than adversaries, bringing problems to the table before they become crises, are the habits that will determine what kind of county government we are for the next generation. A protracted legal battle leaves scars, breeds distrust, drains resources, and makes every subsequent conversation harder. A collaborative resolution demonstrates to our constituents and to ourselves that we're capable of so much more than managed dysfunction. But whatever happens, I stand as your colleague, and we'll still get down to the hard business of governing together. I fear that it limits resources, and that will just make it much, much harder. So when I was getting ready for tonight, I realized that the situation reminded me of one of my favorite songs, Kenny Rogers' The Gambler. The chorus of the song is short. You've got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away and know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. We have the hand we're dealt. It isn't great, but we do still hold the get out of court card free with the jail.
So what this is about, to me, is human dignity and constitutional responsibility, legal obligations. One of the things that I also consider before talking to the council, I thought about this weekend the tremendous responsibility of the correctional officers and the deputies. We haven't had a chance to talk to you about the road deputies, so we will in the future, and explain to you what I mean by that. We at the department within itself, we're in a position that it's crucial that we move forward with this. It really is. Clearer than that, I cannot be. We are at a certain point that is going to hurt this office worse than where we are right now. So we cannot repair that jail. We just can't at the point we're at right now. North Park is ready, so I strongly recommend that we move forward at this point. The commission mentioned something which is so true. I know for a fact that for me to do my job and be successful in what we do, my staff, excuse me, and to provide the best programs to the residents in that facility, I need you. It's just no way around it. I need you to help me do what I need to do with my job in the sense of providing certain services. And I also need the commissioners as well. So we all need each other. And I acknowledge that. And also, I also wanted to consider and be respectful to the council. I wanted to make sure that I did not miss anything legally, and I knew she could explain it better than I can, in the sense, meaning Commissioner Medora. So with that, I'm going to conclude my statement here because I really want to be respectful of your time. I really do. But also I want to make a fully educational decision for this evening, because we're at a point that I don't want it to be said we never came to you and explained every single thing that we're dealing with right now, because it's not fair to you. But at the same time, I really want you to consider the people that are working in there. This weekend, we had a long weekend, but guess what? A good portion of my staff did not enjoy this weekend. They were in that facility dealing with a large number of people that I do not want to get graphic right now that they had to deal with that large number of people in there. And I assure you, no one council member wanted to go through that. No one council member's family, you would want them in there this past weekend, because it was really bad. It just was. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. So I need your help, us to do our job professionally, and we will continue to do what we need to do, but we need help. If you have questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer. If not, to be respectful of your time, I conclude my statement.
Thank you. I'm gonna look to my council members here to see if anybody has any questions, comments from what we just heard. Councilmember Hawk?
Well, I look forward to hearing what our county attorney has to say about legal advice, because that's who we pay to give us legal advice. But I don't want to take up your time for it now. I think perhaps there were some things, advice given to us was really sounded like, come and agree with us, because you're going to get a smack down if you don't. But at any rate, I appreciate everything that you said, and I just think that you need to know, from what I've heard over and over again from the members of this council, we want to move forward with the jail. What we're talking about right now is, where's that jail going to be? You shouldn't ever take it into your thoughts that we don't plan to move forward and help to make sure that jail is the best it can be while we're still using it, but make that a short time and be able to move forward with a new one. And every time we spend millions of dollars on a location where we could get one millions of dollars for less money, that just means there's going to be more square foot for you folks and more operational dollars for you folks. And I hope that you'll all learn how the budgets work, because it's all coming out of the same pot of money. So I'll be happy to sit down and go over this, every bit of this income tax money, so that you can understand, if we can save millions, we can put it where you want it to be, which includes your salaries.
Well, I'm not gonna tell the council how to do their job. I'm not. Please consider that we know what we're doing. I know specifically what I'm referring to. The statement you just made, it's not going to change the fact of what we faced and continue to face at the rate that we're going.
Any other questions or comments? Got the public that's here, so I think it might be safe to say that we might be in agreement that we want to hear from our public before. So how about this? We will move to public comment, and then maybe we'll come back for further discussion. Is it, or?
I had a few things I wanted to say.
Oh, I
if
didn't
might.
know.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
If I might. Thank you.
And then we'll go to public comment. Yep.
I just want to quickly remind everyone that we have two deadlines facing us. The first one is Friday's ACLU deadline. The other is the bond council's deadline to initiate a bond in July. Anything other than North Park at this moment means we miss both deadlines. We've heard from Commissioner Madeira what that could mean in terms of legal cases. We've had time. We've had a lot of years, especially lately. But 4 council members have not yet pointed to a different location. It's not clear to me why the council would abdicate its responsibility and rights at this moment to a federal judge who can make a range of decisions. We don't know. 2/3 of the elected bodies that are required to choose the property have done so. It's the Sheriff's Office and the Board of Commissioners. If the purchase of North Park is not supported today, we're going to be squandering both time and money. And that money that's going to be squandered is a sunk cost. It's not a capital investment into anything, right? It would be treading water. And that's something the community will pay the price for. Meanwhile, correctional officers continue to work in an unsafe system, which may be made worse if transfers are required. And individuals will remain in a facility that we have all agreed does not meet the community's standard of care. So I ask you to please consider this with all the weight and gravity that it has. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we will move on to public comment. So if you have public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here. And again, you will have up to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes are up, your time is over, and then we will alternate back and forth between here and on Teams. So it looks like I already see a couple of hands via Teams. I already see we have someone here in the room. So I'll do 2 here and 2 via Teams, and I'll start here in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, county colleagues. Isabel Piedmont Smith, City Council District 1. First, I want to start by saying that Council President Isak Asari does not speak for me on this issue. You received a letter that was signed by him recently. Just wanted to clarify that. Commissioner Madera said that she would like to have a collaborative approach to resolving this issue. And I hold that the county commissioners, perhaps not her in particular since she is new, but as a body, the county commissioners have not engaged in a collaborative approach for many years. Sorry, I have some disparate thoughts, so it's not going to flow so great, but I agree with the letter that was sent to you by former Mayor John Hamilton when he was in office. He and I did not always agree, but I really feel strongly that our county government has not done enough to prevent people going into the jail through funding mental health care, addiction treatment, reentry support. I know some opioid funds have been used for that, but not nearly as much as have been used already for planning for the jail. The consultant the commissioners used is also someone who builds large jails, so it's not an impartial consultant. Overall, the jail proposal at the North Park site is a poor use of taxpayer money. We're not only burdening future generations with debt, but we're also burdening them with a status quo criminal justice system that is focused on punishment and where it should be focused on prevention. This is an opportunity to change this system, which I've been saying for years, but due to the non-collaborative nature of the commissioners on this, it was ignored. And many in the community have been saying the same thing. Any facility, as the current proposal is, that has a significantly higher number of beds will be, could very well be used by ICE, could be used by the federal government, which is repressing American citizens and legal immigrants to this country across the board. Public safety is not arresting people and putting them in jail. Public safety rests on the principle that true safety comes only from racial and economic justice, where residents have the resources and stability they need to survive and hopefully to thrive. You are in a very difficult situation. I do not envy you. I'm kind of glad I'm not up there. But this situation was caused by our county commissioners. And they should have acted, and one of them has been on the Board of Commissioners since 2012, had plenty of time to act sooner, in a more collaborative fashion, to come up with a solution that furthers justice and is supported by the members of this community. You're at a dead end now where none of that is true, and I don't envy you, but I still think you should vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the room, and then we'll go to Teams next.
Hello. I am Heather Bland. Good evening, council members. My name is Heather Bland, and I'm a Monroe County resident and the director at New Leaf New Life. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on the proposed North Park jail location. I want to share a story about a man I'll never forget. He came to New Leaf New Life. He'd just been released from incarceration. He didn't have an ID, he didn't have a home, he didn't have a job, and honestly, he didn't have much hope left either. But he showed up. And because he could physically get to us, because we were accessible, he kept showing up. At first, it was small steps, sitting down with someone that would actually listen, getting a bus pass so he could make it to appointments, and starting the process to get his birth certificate. And then we were able to get him into substance use treatment. From there, he moved into sober living, somewhere safe, structured, and supportive. It wasn't instant, it wasn't easy. There were setbacks and there were days he almost gave up, but over time something shifted. He found a job and then he kept that job. He started rebuilding relationships with his family. He began to believe that his life could look different. And eventually he wasn't just surviving, he was stable. He was giving back. He became someone other people could look at and say, if he can do it, maybe I can too. That didn't happen because the system worked perfectly. It happened because he had access, real, consistent, direct access to support, to transportation, and to people who could walk alongside him when it mattered the most. And that's what's at risk at North Park. We all know the current jail conditions are not where they need to be, and that's real. But moving people farther away from resources, farther away from transportation, and farther away from community support does not fix that. It creates a new problem. Because distance isn't just distance. Distance is missed appointments. Distance is lost opportunities, and distance is disconnection. And disconnection is where people fall through the cracks. This is one man's story, but it represents thousands of community members that we've served at New Leaf, New Life over the past 20 plus years. We've seen what works, and what works is access. What works is connection. What works is meeting people where they are, not placing them further out of reach. This proposal has been denied before, and for good reason. And a threat of lawsuit is not worth the long-term impact this decision will have on real people trying to rebuild their lives. We can do better than this. We can invest in solutions that reduce recidivism, strengthen our community, and actually support the people in changing their lives. I urge you to vote no on this North Park location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we will go to the two in teams that I saw first. First up is Matt Jacobs. You should be able to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. TSD
All right,
just.
can I be?
Oh,
Everybody
yes.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name's Matt Jacobs, and in Indiana, it's called Statement of Economic Interest or Conflict of Interest Disclosure. For county council members specifically, if a vote financially benefits their employer, a family member, or a business they're affiliated with, they're required to verbally disclose the conflict on record before the vote, abstain from voting, file with Indiana Ethics Commission as it involves a state matter. The relevant Indiana code is IC 35-44.1-1-4 for official misconduct, and it's Indiana Code 4-2-6 for ethics violations by public servants. The IU affiliation, if any council member has employment, contractual, or financial ties to IU and IU benefits from this vote, which it does because of the land that's adjacent, will then be provided with utility access that it has not had. That's a disclosable conflict. Same for the Kreider bonds. Kreider's selling the land, Kreider owns the bonds, and Kreider will presumably be doing the infrastructure. Has every council member with a financial or employment relationship to any entity that benefits from this vote filed a conflict of interest disclosure? I'd like that confirmed on record before any vote is taken. Also, additionally, has every elected official in that room filed their CAN-12 document? Because I can only find 8 of those on record in the county clerk's office. Also, has a structural engineer ever looked at the jail? We have 2 PhDs in criminal justice and an architect that did jail report. So the jail's falling down is based on people that are great at creating, rehabilitation programs for criminals, but they're not at all engineers. And we already have land that's available that's already on the bus route behind the old RCA or Catalan or whatever it's called this week. Only Miss Hawk is the only one in that room that doesn't have an affiliation with IU. And IU stands for their land to substantially be worth more money after we spend millions and millions of dollars creating the generational debt. That's really all I have to say about it. I've already submitted the letters and all this to the ACLU, and I think the ACLU and a federal judge would do a better job than y'all have done in the last 18 years. I know some of you are pretty new, and so I'm not putting this all on you, but my family's been here for over 100 years. I can take you to buildings where my father and my grandfather's hands have touched the limestone. I've worked on many of these buildings myself. My niece and my nephew, they've wired these buildings. They've put pipes in these buildings. You know, how many people are from here?
And that is
that are
your
voting on this?
time. Thank you. That's your time. All right. Next up, we have Sarah Mosier. So if you want to be able, or you should be able to unmute, state your name for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to encourage you to vote no on the North Park location for the same reasons that Matt Jacobs and the director of New Leaf, New Life and Isabel Piedmont Smith mentioned. Honestly, at this point, I think if there was a lawsuit and a federal judge or someone else perhaps required that the jail be located more centrally, that would benefit the folks that are incarcerated. And we should be, if we really are wanting to be collaborative, we should be collaborating with New Leaf, New Life, and others to not arrest so many people in the first place, rather than build a bigger jail. And perhaps Professor Madera, I know she's a law professor at IU, maybe she knows more about how likely it is that the federal government would pick a location or make us pick a location that's closer to things than the North Park site, but it's already been discussed why that site isn't good. So that's all I had to say. Please vote no on the North Park site.
And can you state your name for the record one more time, please? I don't think you said it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Sarah Mosier. I'm a resident of Bloomington and Monroe County.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. Next up, we'll go to two more here in the Nat U Hill room.
Hello. Hi there. My name is Zach Ammerman. I emailed all of you earlier today, but I'm here to talk at your face now. I just jotted down some thoughts. I don't have like a speech prepared or anything, but I'm just going to read through a couple thoughts. One of the things I emailed to you is one thing I want to read, and that is, according to data that I got from the Vera Institute of Justice, there is no county in the state of Indiana that has managed to increase its population-adjusted jail size, so the number of beds, adjusted for the number of people in the county, without also increasing its per capita incarceration rate. Not a single one. Adding more beds absolutely means those beds will be filled at a greater rate than they are today. The data across the state proves that. I also looked at data from counties all over the country too. There are all the thousands of counties across the country. It's the same trend. It's a straight up line. You add more beds per capita, the incarceration rate goes up, period. So doing that in the context of ICE and rising authoritarianism is frankly insane. I think it's nuts. So I'm asking you to please hold the line and vote no again. The fact that we're here again, asking you to vote no is it's not your fault, it's the county commissioner's fault, is ridiculous, because I think there is no way in hell that this would pass a referendum in the county. The population of this county would not vote in favor of what you're being asked to vote in favor of tonight. I think you know that. You should know that. You are here to represent them. So I ask that you would please do what the people of this county obviously and very clearly and loudly have said repeatedly, and that's not to vote in favor of a giant jumbo jail that allows the county and to continue incarceration first policies. I've got a minute left. So what this all really comes down to is you've already voted against this more than once. Nothing materially has changed since you voted against this, except that the county commissioners have failed to understand what the words NO means. You've told them no repeatedly. Nothing has changed since you told them no, really. They're just here. I'm sorry, the situation that we're in is crappy, but it's entirely their fault. If they had understood what no meant and had gotten to work and found another site, of which there are several, we wouldn't be here today. So any time that has been squandered was done entirely on the part of the commissioners, not you. And so I ask you to vote no again, hopefully for the last time on this land deal. And I also want to thank a couple of members who I know have, Marty Hawk, Councilmember Crossley, and Councilmember Henry, who have stood publicly and said no repeatedly. Thank you for your work on this, and I hope the other 3 members of the council on this side will follow their lead. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Johnson, and I'm a resident of Monroe County. I don't have a lot to add. I just wanted to agree with everyone that's been here thus far. And I did want to add one additional thing that I've not heard discussed, which is transportation for the people, not the inmates, but the families of the inmates that might visit. I don't know how many people visit the jail, but I do feel like being in jail, you're isolated somewhat. And I've heard it bandied about that an Uber would be about $20, which doesn't sound that substantial to many of us in the room, but for the families of people that are in jail, that could be a real impact. And so I want you to consider the impact that would have on the families as well as the inmates, because I think that that could increase isolation, which is not going to lead to good incomes. I heard the sheriff talk a lot about why we need to move forward with this, and we do need to have a new jail. I'll go with that. Or at least to do something about the jail. But a lot of what he discussed this evening sounded to me like staffing issues. I think if we build this giant new jail with the price tag that it's got, I don't see how there's going to be any room left to increase staff. So that seems a little confusing to me. And then I just wanted to close by saying that action for the sake of action to avoid this potential lawsuit seems like a really irresponsible plan of action to me. It's anytime you do something just for the sake of taking action, it tends to not have a great result. That's it for me. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to pop back onto Teams. So screen name Mindy. You should be able to unmute and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Mindy Flatt, Monroe County resident. People have said a lot of great stuff, and I stand with them. And honestly, I say vote no and let a judge take this out, because they're 100% not going to put it far away from town and all the resources for the people who are incarcerated and the people who are affected by this. So vote no, please.
Thank you. Next up on Teams land, screen name Jay Burrell.
Hi, it's Jennifer Burrell. I'm speaking only as a Monroe County resident today. And I just want to add into the conversation another voice that is asking you to vote no. I have engaged with you all multiple times via email when I can outside of work. The only individuals who have interacted with me have been those on council. So thank you, Jennifer Crossley, David Henry, and Marty Hawk. I'm very disappointed that no commissioners, despite their continued action for pushing the site, have not interacted with community members. That has continued in my individual experience as well, with actually taking the time to reach out. So as I was asked by some council members to speak, I'm here doing that. It's really disappointing because I have also heard many people, including the commissioners tonight, talk about determining the government for the next generation and state a lot of things about how this will impact another generation. I am one of those. You all were the leaders that I didn't know about as I was a child in this town when this issue was ongoing and could have already been worked on. A jail could have been built at another location and could have been done before I was here of voting age with my own family. Now I'm speaking because my daughter is running around while I am taking the time out of my night to make sure that I can tell her later that I told them, no, please don't build an enlarged, expanded jail over on the northwest side of town. There are lots of reasons, as everybody else has mentioned and continues to mention, for it to not be at the North Park location. I stand by that as well. I also just took various notes again while everybody was speaking today. And the only additional thing I have to add is just that saying that squandering time and money by saying no tonight is a bit insulting, because saying the community will pay the price, I feel as though the community will pay the price if the vote is yes tonight. So again, I'm just asking for you all to vote no. Hope everybody can come to that agreement tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll go back to the room here.
Hi, my name is Barry. It is my understanding from the mayor's State of the City a few months back that the state of Indiana recently more or less criminalized not having a house to sleep in. We're in a housing crisis, but our city, county, and state have failed to build or even maintain the super affordable housing and public housing that could actually help people get on their feet. Instead, the housing solution put forward appears to be put them all in jail. That's probably unintentional, and it won't happen overnight. In fact, it'll probably happen so slowly a lot of us don't even notice. But if it is a crime to become too poor and the jail has vacancies, who do you think is going to end up in that jail? Supposedly, this is about safety. I live right near Seminary Square. I walked next to unhoused people every day. Some of them pet my dog. They do not make me feel unsafe. But at night, I watch them get tased, followed, harassed, and arrested. It's an everyday occurrence. One night recently, I got home late and opened my car door to hear screaming and shouting. It was the police. Something like 10 cop cars and a bunch of officers were surrounding a man who was kneeling on the ground in the Rally's parking lot, and they were tasing him. I felt unsafe because a dozen police officers were across the street shouting at a man while they attacked him. But it does not need to be crushed with a bigger fist. Every dollar spent on this jail is a dollar that will not be spent on housing and social services for the people who need them, and it's going to be a lot of dollars. As I understand it, this jail and the necessary amenities are so extraordinarily expensive that the local government are not even allowed to take out enough money to construct everything at once, and will instead be spending further tens of millions of dollars for like a decade. When people need help, they need housing first. That's where the money needs to go, not incarceration.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Reiterband. I am the county health officer. And I am here because I represent all of Monroe County, their health and their well-being, including those who are incarcerated. This is not a question of how, this is a matter of when. This jail has been under consideration for a number of years, ever since we learned it was inadequate. COVID proved we cannot easily isolate individuals within our current jail. The health issues that I envision when you cannot isolate individuals with communicable diseases is serious. It is not a question of whether incarceration is good or bad. I don't think there are too many of us in this room who would say, yeah, let's incarcerate more people. This is about homelessness. I don't think any of us support homelessness, but there are people in this community who need to be incarcerated. If people want to fight, then they should be looking at the laws. They should be speaking to our legislators who create these laws. They should be looking to our jurors and to our jurists, those who actually put people in jail. It is not a matter of whether or not we need this jail. It is a matter of having a facility that will allow us to actually do some of the rehabilitation that I've heard about this evening. Access isn't really the big issue. When we were going to build the hospital out at North Park, we already talked about creating a new bus line to North Park. So we have looked at all of sites within the city bounds. It is not feasible. Either the city has not allowed it, the neighbors have not allowed it, whatever it is not feasible to do that within the city. We cannot also afford city prices. And, you know, I'd be happy to tear down many of the housing units that have students in them, but I don't think that's going to happen either. So let's be realistic. We have a piece of land. We have people who need to be in our jail, and we need that jail to be safe and manageable. And it needs to be within the same area as our new courthouses. We cannot afford to let our current people be sent out to other counties. The transportation back is, again, a safety issue for all of those.
And that is your time. Thank you. Next up, we will go back to virtual land. Looks like screen name Jack, you are first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a question and a comment. How is, whatever you do with the new jail, how is the bond paid for? Income taxes or property taxes?
Well, this is not a time for a back and forth, so we can maybe address that. But again, I'll give you a little bit more of your time back. But again, state your name for the record and go ahead with your comment.
Okay, Jack Speaker. I think we all have noticed that there's been a significant shift to the right in the federal judiciary. I think it might be worth letting a judge decide it because the council and the commission have been working on it for a long time and haven't found an answer that anybody really likes. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Curtis Cummings.
Hello there. My name is Curtis Cummings, and I work in human social services here in Monroe County. I'm in and out of our courts and jail system, working with individuals and families involved in some of the most difficult moments of their lives. So I want to begin by acknowledging something clearly, like I did last meeting, and that the concerns surrounding the jail are very real. Safe and constitutional conditions do matter. Staff safety matters. Human dignity matters. Monroe County does have a responsibility to act. And I also recognize that current leadership inherited a pretty difficult situation. You know, we can't change what previous leadership was or was not able to accomplish over the last several years, but the county can't continue kicking this problem down the road. I believe leadership is not only about solving today's crisis, but it's about solving today's crisis without limiting tomorrow's opportunities. And that's where my concern about North Park comes in. From the perspective of many of the individuals and families I work with every day, many are facing poverty, transportation issues, not being able to afford bus passes, mental health challenges, and addiction. I do not believe North Park is the best long-term location. At the same time, North Park may also be one of the county's most strategically valuable future development corridors for jobs in retail, restaurants, and long-term tax-based growth. A jail is a very permanent land use commitment. The lawsuit may explain why action is necessary, but it does not automatically answer whether this is the best long-term location. And I also struggle with the idea that site readiness is fixed and not movable. In the private sector, developers create readiness and urgency all the time while still balancing budgets, building infrastructure, and meeting aggressive timelines when the long-term value justifies the investment. I can see a Chicago apartment complex get built in Bloomington in less than a year, and it's taken us this long to build a jail. So I think it's fair for the public to ask whether North Park became the ready option, partly because momentum had already formed around it earlier in the process. And again, I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting the county stop moving forward, but I think current leadership now has to put its developmental hat on and aggressively move this progress forward with urgency, accountability, and transparency. But responsible leadership is not choosing between urgency and strategic planning. Responsible leadership is creating a process that can accomplish both. At the end of the day, my final words are that urgency should inform decision-making. It should not replace strategic planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll go back to the room here. So you're in.
Hi, I'm Misty James. I work for New Leaf New Life. I'm the assistant director there. I don't have a real polished story to tell you guys, but I have a couple real human stories to tell you. I had a client who was released from a rural county jail in the middle of the evening. He walked from that county to here. It took him 9 hours to get here. The weather conditions were terrible. He told me today that he thought he would probably die walking. People drove by him, they did not stop, and he walked all the way back to Monroe County. He still lives in this county, and he met me at my desk that day, and he took his glove off of his hand, and his hand was so frostbit that we couldn't continue with the appointment, and that we had to take him to the hospital because of his exposure. It is absolutely dangerous. I know this because I work with people who are released from county rural places who have no transportation or no way to get anywhere. And we talk about Ubers and we talk about all the things, but I can assure you that my time in county jail, I had no one to call to come and get me. The second human story I want to tell you about is, if you think about this, I want you guys to think about 2 blocks, okay? 2 blocks. There was a girl who was a victim of the opioid crisis, who was overprescribed oxycodone. And that oxycodone later turned into a heroin addiction that made her unhoused, that kept her sleeping outside for over 5 years. She went to jail, rinse, wash, repeat, numerous times, so many times that I cannot count. And she was released for the last time. And the difference this time was 2 blocks. I walked from the county jail door. That person was me. It's me. I walked from the county jail door 2 blocks. 2 blocks, you guys, to Amethyst. Had I had to walk from Ellisville, you think I would have went. If I had to find a way from another county, you think I would have went. And I'm like, so I think I am well respected in this community, but there was a time when I had nobody to call to come and get me from jail, you guys. Nobody. I beg you guys not to do this to our community members. There is other answers. Pour into resources. There are so many Misties sitting in that jail that 2 blocks will change their life in their direction. Thank you for your time. Sorry for crying.
No,
That was
don't be
really
sorry.
weird.
Don't be sorry.
Hi, my name is Matthew Joseph. I've been a resident here for 7 years, first school and then after. I speak in disapproval of a new jail. Let's not be speculative about what the outcome of a new jail is. Let's look at what other communities have already gone through when this has happened. In Missouri, they faced the exact same problem, an overcrowded jail. They spent more than hundreds of millions of dollars on a new jail with the hope that it would maintain capacity for more than 10 years. It was overcrowded again in 2 years. They again had to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on another bigger jail. Please look up this happened. And so I want you to imagine us all sitting here again in 2 years after this gets built, being in the exact same scenario. And why did this happen? How did it accelerate so quickly, right? 10 to 2. And it's already been talked about, right? Research has shown that police are tougher on crime when a jail has lots of space. But why does that happen? Okay, consider this. Look at all that we have gone through to make this decision. You know that they're going to make it their mission to justify the fact that we paid hundreds of millions of dollars and burden our tax-paying community. We are incentivizing him to say, we need a new jail. See, guys? See, county council members, see, general public, we need a new jail. We are incarcerating more and more people, and we're getting full. His budget and his name relies on this being a successful project. And success means another filled jail. And what are the other options, right? This is what I want us to consider, right? We already have diversionary programs, problem-solving court, et cetera. If we put a fraction of this money into those, I think that would be an incredible option. And why not assess who's in the jail currently? Who's there for petty theft? Who's there for marijuana? Who needs substance use? Currently, I actually do intakes at the probation office. I met a lady today who was in jail for stealing a car while she was in active psychosis and actively grieving the death of 3 family members who died in the matter of weeks from each other. Jail did not help. You know what she said helped? EMDR, an evidence-based treatment for trauma. What? Wow. Fascinating. So can we let this moment make us question how we incarcerate? We can put pressure on our community to think about new options. We can get creative than this simple-minded and expensive excuse for a solution. Picture us in 2 years facing the exact same problem today if we don't make a right decision today. Let's not make a mistake that other communities have already learned. We're a smart city. We're a creative city.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we will go back to teams. Hopi, you now should be able to unmute and state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Hopi Stassberg, and I am City Council representative for District 3. And I just want to say, about a month ago, City Council passed a resolution continuing to support the no vote that you guys originally had regarding North Park. And we have lots of reasons why, and community members have shared a lot of those reasons tonight. And I'm sure that you guys have read the resolution, so I don't need to repeat that. But I do need to say that I was dismayed when I saw a press release that had the council president listed as though the council had made some sort of different decision, or as though he represents more than just himself. Okay, so city council, just like county council, we all represent ourselves. We cannot represent the whole body unless the whole body has had some sort of an action or resolution about it, or a public discussion about it. And our last public discussion about it was, I believe, unanimously in support of a no vote on North Park and the support of keeping jail within the city limits as close to centrally located as possible. And I just wanted to make that clear tonight, that the statement put out yesterday does not represent me, and as it was written, only represents one council member, and other city council members can make whatever decisions they want to on this. But I wanted to make that clear about myself. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Garza.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. My name is Richard Garza. I worked in the Justice Center last summer. My comments right now are about buying the land. I hear a lot of conversation tonight about the merits of arresting less people, improving public services, jails in general, and the incarceration process. My comments are only about buying the land. Please vote yes. In August, the estimated cost of building this facility was $224 million. The inflation rate between then and April is about 2.79%, about $6.2 million just because of inaction, which breaks down to about $966 an hour just because this is still being deliberated. It will cost taxpayers even more if you vote no. Why would bus routes go to an empty field? It's going to take about 5 years to build this thing, so I'm sure a bus stop can be added in that time. The incarceration rate is low because the beds don't exist. They're either being moved somewhere else or perhaps released before they should be. I've heard a lot of finger pointing going on tonight. I point my finger at everyone who has kicked the can down the road. Everyone that has spoken up today against the jail or against buying the property, they should run for office. They should volunteer their time at the jail or maybe even open up their homes to those who shouldn't be in jail and just need a place to get back on their feet. A standard is not what is communicated. A standard is what is tolerated. If it was not for this lawsuit and our Constitution, the county probably would not have done anything to improve the conditions for those incarcerated individuals or the people who have worked in that building since the lawsuit started. That, to me, does not sound concerning, caring, or humane. If this process to build the jail had started 10 years ago, imagine what the county could have done with all that time, money, and energy spent on this issue that applied to other things. Everything that could have been has been wasted on circular conversations that end up being forgotten because whoever asked those questions and made decisions along the way, they're no longer in office. And each generation of officials has just kicked the can down the road, asking critical questions and waiting for answers, but apparently those answers hasn't been shared with future officials. And for other people in the room that have heard, there's enough procedural checks, balances, and obstacles in place that have forced the decision-making process to take this long. Every question that has been asked tonight has been asked and answered before. We are here today as a result of those questions, answers, and decisions. The questions I hear are great, but they've been asked and answered before. Enough is enough. Approve the purchase agreement. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next up, we had two already, so I'll go here to the Nat Yeho room. So if they're, again, please go ahead and start lining up, and you'll sign your name, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sam Holdeman. I am here to ask you to vote no on North Park. I think we need to start by understanding why people are in jail, as other public commenters have brought up. People are in jail because we live in a state and a society that has criminalized poverty. What I hear is that you are scared about what a federal judge could force you to do, and so you are preemptively doing more than they could ever force you to. They cannot force you to build on a specific site. They cannot force you to build a specific size jail, and they cannot force you to build a new jail, period. The logic seems to be that if you placate them now, they will treat you kindly in the future. That will not work. What they will do is make use of the giant jail you hand them to lock up anybody they don't like. A new jail is being presented as a final solution, as a way of washing our hands of this whole not once and for all, and I get why you would want to do that. It's taken up a lot of your time. It's not an easy problem, but a new jail is not actually a final solution. We don't get to build a new jail and then walk away from it and the issue is solved. The new jail will be full very quickly. We will be facing overcrowding again. We will be open to fresh litigation as soon as a new jail is built. Building a new jail does not mean that we're like magically no longer under any legal obligations or immune to lawsuit. But I'm also not asking you to do nothing. As Councilmember Piedmont Smith mentioned earlier, paraphrasing approximately, but public safety is not arresting people. Public safety is providing access to housing, to healthcare, to jobs, to transportation. And you, as the council, as the county's financial body, have the power to do that. So I am asking you to make a decisive commitment to funding housing, healthcare, transportation, and our overall economic prosperity in this county. If you build a giant new jail, you simply will not be able to do that. Your hands will be tied, and you'll be left figuring out how to make the most of the change that is left you. So I ask you to take the decisive step and vote no on North Park, and instead to vote towards spending our county resources on our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seth Muchler, resident of Monroe County. I'm going to try to keep this kind of brief. I know it's a long night. I have the privilege of actually serving on the board of directors of New Leaf New Life, so I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much to Heather and Misty for sharing their stories, and I can tell you that that is only really the tip of the iceberg of their knowledge and their expertise and their compassion and the gifts that they give to this community and to the people who have previously been incarcerated or are incarcerated in Monroe County. I really am kind of struck by there's kind of two different things being said here. The people who are asking you to vote yes, notably the commissioners and the sheriff, are really speaking about a lot of what ifs, a lot of could be's. Well, we don't know what a judge could make us do. We don't know what could happen. But what I'm hearing from a lot of the people who are speaking and asking you to vote no on this is a lot of concrete. It's those personal anecdotes that you heard. It's the facts and figures given by people, and it's the actual solutions that will make our community better. And so I just would ask you, please, to listen to sort of the folks here who are bringing these sort of real, tangible solutions to this problem, and not to sort of give in to what I'm just going to say plainly and simply I see as threats and fear-mongering from the other sort of side of this discussion. So I hope that you vote no on this North Park purchase today. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, next I'll pop back over to teams. So first person up is John Hamilton. Again, state your name for the record and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
John Hamilton, thank you. I am a county resident and former mayor. I appreciate everybody, their time. There are many, many good people in the room tonight doing good things. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I just wanted to make a few points. I did submit a written statement to many of you. I hope it could be included in the record. I won't read it. But one of the most important things was just reminding us, the late Charlotte Zitlow and I and many other people 7 months ago discussed this same issue and urged that we not buy the big property for a big new jail. And the county council unanimously agreed, and I greatly appreciate that, as the city council unanimously spoke. I guess I might want to say, I'm asking you to vote no on this again, but I also think that no vote can include several yeses, because it is important to move forward together, as been said. I believe this is a really important pivot point for our community, and the yeses can include the following. The yes should include a unanimous view that we want constitutional incarceration services. We are all committed to that. Some may think that exists now. Those who think it does not exist now, I believe, should be asking for more money, more staff. Many of us, Charlotte and I, and many of you have been urging that money be invested in better services years ago. And that should be a yes today. We are committed to constitutional services. The jail we have is going to be the jail we have for several years, so we ought to be doing that kind of investment, and that should be a yes tonight from all of us. Another yes should be we ought to immediately invest in funds to improve the human services. There are many people in our community doing great things to improve the lives of people who otherwise might be incarcerated. You've heard from several of them. Again, for many years, many of us have been urging that money, $20 million a year that's coming in now, should be invested now to improve those services. That's a yes that can happen. Another yes that can happen is to say, let's set a goal. Let's say we want 150 residents in our jail in 10 years. Not the 200 plus that we have now, certainly not the 300 that we had several years ago. Let's set a positive goal. And yes, what will it take to get us there? And if we set that kind of goal, we have a very, very different process, which can begin. How would we build a jail for 150 people in 10 years, and what kind of services will get us there? The last other thing I would say is a yes, and some of us have urged this for some time too, is to just say, for every dollar we put into new incarceration costs, let's be sure we put a new dollar into diversion and service costs that will reduce incarceration. You are being told that you have no choice. That is just not true. A no vote is really important, moving us in the right direction. Charlotte and I talked about that. Many of you in the room did as well.
And
many
that
people are working hard.
is your time.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next up, screen name Alice Silver.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can speak up a little bit because it's a little faint.
Okay, right there?
Yes, yep, just state your name for the record and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Alice Silver. I'm a resident and I'm a mom of 4 small children, and I live 3 minutes from the North Park location. We keep hearing officials use fear to justify this project. They say people shouldn't be released because of safety, but at the same time, they want to place these facilities near our neighborhoods and near our children, 3 minutes from where my children play. If these individuals are not safe, then why are residents expected to feel safe with this happening in the middle of our neighborhoods? And let's be honest, I have another concern, and a lot of our neighbors have the same concern. How can we know this is not going to become a nice detention facility or just be used to target the immigrant population or the unhoused communities? We need to know what agencies can be involved once you build this giant facility, who is involved, and what protection exists for our residents. Instead of pushing this jail to get done, you should be pushing new businesses, new facilities, things that make our life easier and better. You also keep referencing the ACLU, but where in that lawsuit says that we need brand new state-of-the-art courtrooms, sheriff office, or a millionaire-style government complex? Improving conditions for inmates is one thing, but building new, expensive spaces is something different. Right now, a lot of people feel ignored, but we want safe neighborhoods and we want honest answers, and that's not extreme. People need to know that this money to buy this and to build this does not exist. We don't have the money. This is debt. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the room.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Susan Easton. I'm a resident of the Stony Brook neighborhood, and my husband and I have lived there for the past 22 and a half years. Along with the 23 other residences in Stony Brook, I stand opposed to the new jail located at the North Park site. we believe that the Thompson site is the better choice for the taxpayer. Our documented and loudly repeats what other tax-paying citizens and social services organizations have stated. Firstly, fiscal stability. Secondly, accessibility and social justice, which is a key factor in reducing recidivism and helping to improve public safety. And thirdly, concurrent progress versus sequential delay. I was up here 2 weeks ago. Tonight, I'm up here really to thank you for your extreme patience as the county commissioners continuously attempt to promote North Park versus other logical thought processes. Secondly, want to thank you for your continued request of financial data as you fight for each taxpayer dollar being spent now and in future generations. And lastly, and ultimately, thank you for your perseverance in opposing and your opposition to the new jail for those of you that continue to vote no, and the impending justice complex center that will come in the future. It's not just the jail today. It's not just the new jail today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody here in the Net Uhoer would like to make public comment on this item?
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Mike Shields, born in Bloomington, Indiana, 1946, stayed in Bloomington, Indiana, 2026. Have no plans to leave, love my city. I back the police, I really do. I love the police, behind them 100%. I don't know what the answer to this is, but I can tell you what the answer is not. Building on North Park. 43 years ago, I built a new home 1 mile from there. Quiet. Today, we have a real nice facility with ambulances, 24/7, sirens, sirens, sirens. We're going to get the same thing from the police department. Right here in this article, it says the council, the staff, sheriff, and the board of commissioners can comment securing better safety and more constitutional conditions for the people housed in Monroe County Jail, while in protecting Monroe County from the financial and legal consequences of further delay. How about the people that live around there? We're not even mentioned. You're going to take care of the people in the jail, but what about the residents? I don't think we can feel safe with that out there like that. You've got a real traffic problem. Highway 46, nobody's mentioned that. I can't imagine what that would be. And then you've got a elderly facility real close by that will affect. We probably need a jail, but we probably need to be a little more reasonable about what we're doing here. That's a lot of money. My taxes are going to go up. I'm old, I'm retired. I don't want to pay more taxes. I want to be safe, but I don't want to pay more taxes. And all I can say is North Park is not it. Find something better. I don't know what the answer is, and I hope we find something, but this is just not it.
I'm gonna pop back here to Teams. Screen name Cheryl.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Cheryl Langdon. I'm a citizen of Monroe County. I was there the last meeting. Again, I'm going to point out a couple of things that I agree with. I agree with Mr. Garza. I think he made a lot of great logical points, and it sounds understandable. The last gentleman that just spoke made some great points, because here on Vernal Pike, we were put up, by two different chambers of commerce, Bloomington and Ellisville, and thrown under the bus as a Hail Mary. No one cared about that being in our front yard, backyard, and bedroom windows. So it's funny how it's not my backyard for everybody, but I agree with that last gentleman. And then John Hamilton, the ex-mayor, gee, I don't know, you opened up the door to welcome people that have addiction problems, that are homeless, that are struggling. And now the Monroe County taxpayers have to pay for the welcome mat that Mr. Hamilton put out there. So with all that being said, you know, maybe it is better that a federal judge has something to say. I didn't have a problem with it being at North Park because we are going to grow. I don't see an issue with the whole ICE thing. I think that's paranoia. One minute someone doesn't want it in their yard, but they're trying to say that it's going to be used for ICE. Are you saying that what ICE does and who they pick up is dangerous or not dangerous? I'm a little confused because everyone is in every direction. So honestly, I don't want it over here outside of the city of Bloomington. Mayor Hamilton made that all happen. It should stay in the city of Bloomington, in my opinion, and keep it their problem. Mayor Hamilton made that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up we have, excuse me, R. Miller. R. Miller, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. State your name for the record and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Great. I was having a hard time unmuting.
It's okay.
Renee Miller, thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it. This body has already voted no on this location, and if people are pushed and bullied or scared, they vote in ways not always in all's best interest. I think we see that on a national level, don't we? So surely by now, people know what no means. I know as a woman, I sure as heck know what the word no means. It's a refusal. Stop asking our county government to waste their time yet again on this poor location. We need social services close by. This isn't going to work. Also, I'd just like to point out, just because someone is arrested does not mean they are guilty. Statistics show that over 70% of people being held in jail haven't been convicted of any crimes. So I want you to think about that. We don't need a larger jail. We certainly don't need one farther away from the downtown area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll come back to the room here.
Hi, my name is Jamie Ford. I'm a Monroe County resident. Good evening, Council. I've been following this jail issue for a long time now, and since I wasn't even living in Indiana at the time this lawsuit was originally filed, I've tried to do my own research and read up on the history of this whole thing. Based on what I've seen, both historically and in statements from the commissioners, I have more questions than answers. First, in the 12th May Council meeting, Commissioner Madeira makes a statement about the Thompson property saying, which I'm quoting from the CATS TV YouTube transcript of the meeting, quote, "Here are the issues with that property," speaking about Thompson. "The City Plan Commission and the City Council must approve a change to the Plan Unit Development, or PUD. We can't proceed without that approval." My question is the City of Bloomington's, quote, Ordinance 02-16 to amend the preliminary plan for the Thompson area planned unit development that was passed and signed in August of 2002 still in effect? Granted, I don't know specifically what exact area Tract D of the Thompson property is or how big it is, but the synopsis on the second page underneath the signatures from the then Common Council President, Clerk, and Mayor, it states, quote, "This ordinance amends the preliminary plan for Tract D of the Thompson area planned unit development to allow for juvenile and adult corrections and rehabilitative facilities and a range of institutional uses. This ordinance also changes the shape of Tract D and amends some of the developmental conditions," end quote. This means that in addition to the county purchasing the Thompson property for a jail, as confirmed by a Herald Times article dated December 14th, 2002, the City of Bloomington, at least at one time, approved a PUD change for the purposes of building a jail on the Thompson property. Is this PUD still valid? Did the commissioners try to renew or update it? If not, why? Second, I'm disturbed by what can be at best described as a misrepresentation of the truth, or in my opinion, an outright lie from the commissioners. At the last council meeting on May 12th, Commissioner Madeira gave the following statement, which again I'm quoting from the CATS TV YouTube transcript, Quote, we've done our due diligence investigating properties across the county, end quote. She then mentions the Fullerton and Thompson properties, et cetera, and the various issues. Yet in the comment section of a post related to the jail lawsuit on her own public Facebook page approximately a week later, she contradicts what she said in the meeting. A fellow Monroe County resident was asking questions and making statements in favor of choosing the Thompson property since the county already owns it. Commissioner Madeira responds, citing the most recent ACLU extension agreement, as well as, quote, a decision for Thompson at this point is irresponsible since we don't have our due diligence done on that site, end quote. The Monroe County resident responds again, still in favor of Thompson. Commissioner Madeira replies, quote, that's one reason why we're in this situation. North Park is the only site we have due diligence on. It's the site that the county chose beforehand, end quote. Again, in a statement to this council in a public government meeting, Commissioner Madeira said that the commissioners had done their due diligence on various properties, and Commissioners Thomas and Jones didn't correct her or didn't amend it or say it was accurate. Yet on a public social media page a week later, Commissioner Madeira states that the only due diligence was done for North Park. My question for that is, what is the truth? Have they done their due diligence or have they not? It seems that Monroe County does already have the property, and if the PUD is valid, then we have what we need to proceed with the Thompson property. I want to point out that to the best of my knowledge, the commissioners have not proposed a plan to remedy the currently unconstitutional conditions.
And that is your time, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, next up.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Paquette. I'm a resident of Monroe County. I'm sorry, my thoughts might be a little bit jumbled today. I've just been taking notes as we've been sitting here. But I think it's important to point out for those watching online that Commissioner Thomas left as soon as public comment started. I think that that's telling. The sheriff's presentation was intended to convince you all to move forward with North Park. For me, it did the opposite. I'm sorry, Sheriff. The sheriff says that the numbers are going up. To me, that's the crisis that needs intervention. He talks about public safety. We are in a housing unaffordability crisis, and our state has just passed a law criminalizing homelessness. That is the crisis that needs intervention. Our most vulnerable neighbors are in danger of being thrown into jail. That is the crisis that needs intervention. I understand that lawsuits are expensive and scary, but I can't help but wonder if some of this is a little bit of a manufactured crisis to force consent for this, because to me, I see crises elsewhere. And considering the amounts of money we're talking about with hundreds and hundreds of $millions on a new jail, the lawsuit seems cheaper. Also, the statement issued by the commissioners, City Council President Asari and Mayor Thompson, says that no one should pretend that North Park is the outcome anyone hoped for. And then continues to outline all of the reasons that North Park is a bad site. There's an admission in that document that this is a doubling down of a bad decision. I've seen you all listen. Thank you for listening to us all tonight. Thank you all for being here and speaking. I'm sorry that your colleagues are throwing you under the bus with this. But please continue to vote no on North Park. Thank you.
Don't see any hands raised via Zoom, so we'll keep going in here until we have it. We just had one just popped up, but then we got, it's okay. You're here, so we'll go back.
Good evening, Council. My name is Caden Smith. I'm a resident of the county, but more importantly, a taxpayer. I have 5 points to make, so I gotta go quickly. So first, I'm gonna respond to the commissioner's comments, and I wanna say why I have to respond is because I can't attend a 10 a.m. meeting on a Thursday. like most of the people here, I work on Thursdays and I don't have time, and I'm often late to these meetings because I work until 5 p.m. So firstly, Commissioner Medeiros' comments. She says she wants to work collaboratively, but if the council voted no in October, why are you bringing it back again? Shouldn't you bring something different? It doesn't sound like you're working collaboratively to me. And like other people said, if the council voted no, I just don't believe the commissioners can really accept that, and that's why they're continuously bringing this back. And then I'll also highlight the grip that the commissioners have on the government. When the sheriff turns to Commissioner Medeiros in her personal life as an attorney, rather than the two attorneys that I'm looking at over on the side table over here, because the sheriff and the commissioners are really tight apparently. My second point on to Commissioner Thomas, the fact that she left the room because the meetings are at 10 a.m. because she doesn't want to hear from the public, and she doesn't want to hear from the public now because she left the room. And to restate, she's been in county government since 2008. Isn't that when the lawsuit started? And now she wants the council to solve the problems in 2 seconds. And thirdly, I'll go into public transit, which is something I reiterated before, and Commissioner Thomas doesn't know how to solve it. She admitted that we'll figure it out later, but why should I figure it out later? I'd like to know what I'm voting on now. And she was like, I don't want to have a bus line to a cornfield. I'm sorry, if we're gonna have a bus line, isn't it gonna go to more places than a cornfield? I just feel like Commissioner Thomas doesn't understand how public transit works, which is honestly frightening. And also just to add that the location is just abysmal. We're just gonna have sprawling neighborhoods and large interstates, which just decreases public safety and walkability to the jail. As many people said, I'm willing to vote yes on something, but I think the Thompson site looks a lot more likely because we do need to solve something quickly. Fourthly, back to the federal judge issue. The threat of a federal judge is way more likely than we think, and I'm honestly looking forward to the fact, instead of paying $200 million in taxpayers because I don't want my taxes to increase, I think that's one thing that I can agree with the commissioners on. And finally, before my time runs out, I'll reiterate, in case you forgot what I was saying, I would like a vote no. I agree with what Councilmember Isabel Piedmont Smith said, but I'm going to disagree with one thing. When she said she wasn't envious, I actually am, because I would sit in your seat and vote no. So I want you to consider that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pop back to teams, and if there are other people that want to raise their hand via teams and want to speak, go ahead and do that. Dawn Johnson, unmute yourself and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I'm not going to repeat any of the comments previously made urging you to vote no again. I want to make just one additional point. So I'm Dawn Johnson. I'm a constitutional law professor at Indiana University, and I've worked many years at the Department of Justice, United States Department of Justice. I just want to put this in a national context briefly and say I started my career as a lawyer for the American Civil Liberties Union back in 1988. The national organization, the national office. And at that time, I actually worked with the ACLU of Indiana on at least 3 cases. But going back to the national position that I believe reflects the view of our community in Monroe County, the National ACLU, if you look at their website, is very clear about what we should be doing, and I agree completely about this. We should be reducing the rate of incarceration and focusing our resources on that. Addiction services, affordable housing. And I just want to read just a couple sentences from the ACLU national website on mass incarceration. And here's a quote. I urge you all to look at the full statement. Despite making up close to 5% of the population of the world, the U.S. has more than 20% of the world's prison population. Since 1970, our incarcerated population has increased by 500%. It includes our prison system costs taxpayers $80 billion per year. This money should be spent building up, not further harming communities. Investments, not incarceration, is how we improve safety. So of course we need a constitutional jail, but what we should be doing and should have been doing, and now let's start today, is investing in decreasing the number of our fellow residents that we incarcerate. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Anybody else on teams that would like to make comment? Okay, so while people deliberate on teams, because there's lots of y'all out there, I'll come back to the room here. So if you would like to make comment, please go ahead and step up.
Excuse me. My name is Christian Easton. My wife, Susan, spoke earlier. I was the last to speak last week, I think. I'm probably going to say almost exactly the same thing. The sheriff needs a jail. So you had a chance last week to take a vote and be 2 weeks ahead of the game. Moving down this, I mean, I don't understand. You can't even get the vote right. I mean, so now we're here again doing this, talking about this. I thought that the council had decided last week what they thought about the North Park. They could have then moved on to where is the jail going to be? I worked in this town as a police officer for 32 years. I trained officers. I did a lot of things. I was in the jail and out of the jail. I go to jail and ministry and stuff like that. So I think I know how all that stuff works. A lot of people get their own ticket to jail because they evidently want to go there. Policemen don't drive down the street looking for people to grab. They're not going around looking for trouble to throw somebody in a jail to overcrowd the jail. They're just not doing that. That just happens to be part of life right now, and it's getting worse instead of better. And so the jail will have to be a little larger, and I think the facility needs to have all the tools there nearby for the court, for the offices that are going to be in that jail or need to furnish the people in the jail their rights. They have to go to court. They have to have the hearing. They need judges. They need public defenders, and they need medical attention. Now, as far as the other things that have been mentioned, I don't know about taking them out of jail and letting them be told the things that they should have known to do in public to begin with. But I think if they want the jail can accommodate that, that would be right. But those are the things that need to be designed into the new facility and be put in place and realize. And then from that point on, if you don't want the thing to be gone, like some people say 2 years, it'll be. If you want it to be gone in 50 years, then, I mean, you start taking care of it because you can make that building last. They have lasted. If they're designed right and you get in and you build it right and then put the money in the staff and in the way it's operated, it can work. But it can't be done if you don't start. And I'm urging you to quit talking about it and start doing it, okay? This is probably the last time you ought to talk about this and have a vote, have a lot of people come up here and stand and vent and frustrate about the way things go in life. I know the man's got, he would like to see North Park because it's close to being decided. It's not. You have property. I live in North Park. I don't care if you build there. But I just think that if you've already got something, you better start building on it now. And thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next up in the room.
Hi, my name is Stacy Dosky, and I want to thank you guys for letting us speak again. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I'm really not going to repeat everything that I said last week. There's a lot I'm going to beg you to vote no and to continue. I know that you've done that in the past, and it's ridiculous that we're here again. To the county commissioners, the fact that you brought up...
You need to use your mic.
The fact that you brought up this lawsuit and basically threatening everybody about what's going to happen and what could happen and all of these things is a joke, because this could have been resolved months ago, years ago. When they said no to this site, another site could have already been selected. We could have been moving forward instead of just sitting here not doing anything. They've already said no. The people have already said no. And yet here we are. You've brought it back up. I do believe that you need resources, space, services. We have the Thompson site. It's out there. Why are we spending more money, throwing more money away? And I know I said I wasn't going to talk about what I said last week or 2 weeks ago, but I really just want to thank you guys for the support that you've given us in the past, and I really hope that you're listening to the community and you're voting with your hearts and that you vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Henry. I'm a Monroe County resident. We heard that the sheriff needs a jail, and the sheriff has a jail. It's in terrible shape, and it did not get that way overnight. This entire process has been a slow motion train wreck over years, where the jail we have has ended up in this current condition, and now we feel that we have an emergency and we have to act. The commissioners have said that we have to play the hand we're dealt, and yet it seems at every opportunity they draw 3 more cards and now they've given us an Uno hand full of problem cards. It's called going on tilt. If we don't have a good hand, and I don't believe North Park is a good hand, I would urge the council to vote no on North Park. There isn't an easy solution to this problem, but the fact that it has dragged on for so long means that rather than abdication, the recognition that the current organs of government in this county are not able to reach a workable solution, maybe a federal judge has to tie break that, because we have a responsibility to our residents who are incarcerated to put them in a safe and humane facility. If we don't have that, we have to provide it. Spending an inordinate amount of money on the North Park site is no solution at all to the actual problem. It just creates much larger, bigger problems down the road. So I urge the council to vote no on it. The last comment was Commissioner Madera specifically has repeatedly said, both online and in previous meetings and here, that the lawsuit is a foregone conclusion. We don't have a leg to stand on. And at the same time seems to be saying, and yet we're going to have to spend a ludicrous amount of money continuing to fight the lawsuit that we know we can't win. If we can't win the lawsuit, the responsible action would be to take the shortest possible path to concede that lawsuit and move on to whatever actions a federal judge enforces on the county. It would be ridiculously irresponsible to continue to burn more taxpayer money trying to fight a lawsuit that we've already admitted we can't win. So I urge the council to vote no on North Park. Thank you.
I'll go to one more here, and then it looks like we got a hand raised via Teams.
Steve Volan. The commissioners are solely responsible for initiating the construction of a jail. The county council did not have authority to draw up plans and present them. When you rejected this proposal, did they work assiduously to present another option? Did they do any soul searching to ask why so many of their prior proposals were rejected? Did they listen to anyone? They did not. They came back to you with the same objectionable proposal. There is no one else who prefers this location for a jail. The sheriff will tell you we need a jail. The newest commissioner will tell you we no longer have a choice. Their responses are understandable. Yet those do not constitute endorsements of this site as inherently good. They're simply attempts to deal with the problem the other commissioners created. Because no one has said this site is preferable on the merits except Commissioners Thomas and Jones. They ignored the will of this body and have doubled down. For years, they've ignored the opinions of everyone else who weighed in on the merits. I was a city council member when the commissioners floated Fullerton Pike as a location. That body, the city council, rejected the site 9-0, which is really saying something about that contentious body. But it wasn't because the city collectively was unwilling to work with the commissioners. We all were. I personally authored the ordinance allowing Bloomington Transit to go outside the city. Thompson was always a viable site that could have been converted long ago. It was that the commissioners weren't even willing to follow the spirit of our zoning law, let alone the letter. It was because they didn't ask, what can we get done together? They asked, why can't you do what we say? Either the commissioners aren't competent to fulfill their duties, or they've been dealing with you in bad faith. They're counting on you to overlook their failure of imagination, their incompetence, their many years of unwillingness to brook dissent, however politely. If you approve this, you'll show that if the commissioners drag their feet long enough, they'll get their druthers in the face of all evidence that shows it's a bad idea. You'll reward their negligence, their intransigence, even their contempt for you, for the city of Bloomington, the people of Monroe County, and most of all, the incarcerated, whom the commissioners could have spared an unconstitutional jail years ago if only they had applied an ounce of diplomacy. Whatever your vote tonight, do not take responsibility for a failure that rests solely with the commissioners. Send the message that the county must not be subjected to a reorganization of its physical plant that will be permanent, catastrophic, and avoidable. If this was the best they had to offer, let their next act be to send a message that might get the ACLU to back off. Let them do the honorable thing and resign their seats. Thank you.
Okay, we will go back to teams. So Jason Funk, please go ahead and unmute and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Jason, you should be able to unmute. I'm going to move on to the other public comment, and then we'll circle back to Jason. Tracy, you should also be able to unmute, state your name for the record. You'll have it to 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. My name is Tracy Hutchings-Getz. Hi. I'm actually calling in from the airport because this is so important to me. I testified previously in opposition to the North Park location and shared some of my family's own experience, which was really about underscoring the human impact of moving these services out away from where the majority of people in the county live and the majority of services reside. So if you'll recall, my Uncle Wally, who had been experiencing homelessness at the time, struggled with addiction, struggled with jail incarceration, never was actually sent, convicted, but spent a lot of time in and out of jails because he was someone who was struggling with his mental health and his addiction. And he is someone who, walking home, tripped and fell and broke his neck. And these are the kinds of experiences that, if we commit to this North Park location, are going to increase for our residents and their loved ones if we insist on building far away from where people are and the services that they need. So I'm just calling in again to underscore my opposition to this particular location and my profound disappointment and frustration that we have not yet been able to find a solution when this litigation has been ongoing for, over a decade at this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Jason. Are you able to unmute? TSD, are we able to help him? TSD, hello. Okay. Is he able to unmute TSD or, okay. All right, so I'm gonna pop back over while that's still a work in progress and see if there's anybody else that's here that want to make public comment in the Nat U Hill room. Okay, last. Okay, I will pop back over to Teams to see if there is anybody on Teams that would like to make final public comment on this item. And to see if screen name Jason Funk is still able to unmute and make public comment. Oh, okay. I don't want to take away anybody's ability to not be able to speak. Okay, so with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. And I'm going to bring it back to council members for final questions and or comments before we take a vote on this. Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I'd like to offer my statement.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam President. I am optimistic about the future of Monroe County. What follows are my thoughts on this problem. This window of opportunity presented in this ordinance, in my mind, is the only path forward in 17 years of decrepit discussion and move us toward action based on an ancient requirement that we might do justice, that we might love mercy, and that we might walk humbly. Ahead of this vote, I have done what I feel is my due diligence. I have discussed this vote with as many constituents as I can from as many diverse backgrounds as I can. This includes clergy, first responders, mental health professionals, public safety professionals, county employees, former and current elected officials, attorneys, and more. What I'm hearing from folks out in the 1st District is they want us to end 17 years of indecision. What I'm hearing is that they want action. What I detail now is the way that I see this issue through an intersectionality lens. Thanks to these constituent conversations, I now think in 4 commingled categories: financing, timing, the law, and community values. I hope that you'll agree with me that affirmative action tonight is not the ideal choice, but it is the optimal one. First, finances. We do have a viable fiscal path forward. And this is the cheapest option for the people of Monroe County. I call this the affirmative option. In October 2025, this body correctly and unanimously rejected a purchase agreement for this property because the state restricted our funding. We simply could not afford the jail project as designed. This would change just 6 months later. At the April 28th, 2026 meeting, this council meeting, a path opened. In the presentation with the Financial Solutions Group, our community learned about a $135 million bond. Council asked questions, and it was clear that there was an opportunity to move forward. The media covered this topic. Katz recorded it. It was reposted on YouTube. I wrote an explainer on my website, and this financing allows us to, at last, after 17 years, move forward. There is a counter option that relies on litigation to solve this problem. This is the litigation option. This option is initially attractive because it offers a solution that avoids commissioner control. But on further examination, the litigation option is much more costly. Vote would mean that the following costs we added to the taxpayer burden: millions of dollars in current building renovations throughout the lawsuits, millions of dollars in prisoner transfers throughout the lawsuits, and millions of dollars in legal fees. And what happens at the end of litigation? We will still have construction costs. We will still have bond interest to pay. We will still have other costs associated with various locations to pay. The point is that adding no adds dollar amounts, millions of dollars, to an already outrageous budget. But since I mentioned the deadline, let me move on to timing, my second point. This is a complicated project. We all know this. We've been talking about it for 17 years, but now an opening does appear, converging at least 4 deadlines in an opportunity to act. And for those of you who don't think that we have a reason to act other than false urgency, the most urgent deadline is the most important to me. This deadline has passed. Time is up. This is the deadline set by those who are the most forgotten. This is the deadline set by our neighbors who are most ignored. It is those who are incarcerated. The 263 persons who slept in the jail last night. They are experiencing the worst harms, and has been explained over and over again by those working in those facility. We need to move folks out now. We don't have time to wait for the litigation option. We are far, far behind in this inmate deadline, and action is needed tonight. The second clear deadline is the ACLU deadline. We've talked about this ad nauseum. I don't need to discuss it. The third is the legislative deadline. According to both FSG and, Barnes and Thornburg, they recommend action before the biannual budget session later this year. Only the affirmative option allows us to stay on track with the legislative timeline. The final deadline is the lengthy bonding timeline. According to Barnes and Thornburg, the bonding process, the incorporation of a building corporation, the leasing processes, these, complicated in and of themselves, will take up to 5 months to complete. Thus, action is recommended by July, meaning that our action tonight on the purchase agreement allows us to adhere to this timeline. It should be clear now that I feel that the window for action is tonight. It has to be tonight. The litigation option misses every single one of these deadlines. And the most egregious part in my mind is that a vote for this option looks into the eyes of those hundreds of people that slept in the jail last night and says that you are still forgotten. The litigation option has no timelines. And for those of you saying, oh, hold on, Peter, hold on. You're being too binary. There's more than 2 options. I appreciate this, and I understand that we're looking at more than one location, but we haven't seen a viable timeline for any other location. We haven't seen a timeline for Thompson. We haven't seen a timeline for Fullerton. We don't have a timeline for the litigation option that we can go to, the sheriff or the correctional officers to say, this is how much longer you have to wait. We do have a timeline for this ordinance. We do know how long folks are going to have to linger in the jail. From a purely timeline perspective, my vote is to stop ignoring the inmates and those that work in this building. And my vote is to give hope that this council understands that this hard decision is a just decision. Now let me move on to my fourth point, my final point, which is community values. I reflected on this at a past church service that I attended, where there's a passage that says that I am eager to do good. And I wanted to raise this because I think that's what unifies all of us in this room. I think that all of us come to the table with a desire to do good. I've seen it in the JFAC meetings. I've seen it in numerous meetings that we've been in together, that there is a desire to do good. And in fact, I wanted to highlight that in 2023, together with a lot of people in this room, we enumerated community values using the sequential intercept model. We know where we need to go. Community services, and some of you are in this audience right now that are doing great work. Re-entry from jail. How do we do this and how do we do it better? Community corrections has the right people right now. They just need more resources. Diversity, equity, inclusion. We know that there's an overrepresentation of African Americans in our jail. We know that ICE is racially profiling people on the streets in our cities. Treatment. The Substance Use Disorder Advisory Commission is right now putting the finishing drafts on recommendations to the county commissioners for treatment facilities. We are putting dollar amounts on facilities as we speak. That is coming. The work also made recommendations regarding justice building system-wide topics. We know that our community values, these 7 areas of values, are important long-term work. And we know that our time on this dais in public service is short, that we can only do the best while we're here. But friends, we cannot continue to enact these community value recommendations if we spend 3 more years arguing, not in front of the public, not in recorded sessions, but in court. We must act affirmatively to do justice. The time for debate is over. The time to do is now. So let me conclude that I think it's clear that I plan to vote yes on this ordinance because I believe that the confluence of financing, timing, local control, and community values demand that we vote and act decisively, not because of a false urgency, but because and on behalf of those incarcerated. My vision is that we can influence decisions toward mercy, that this council can end 17 years of stalemate by doing justice, that this council can move with humility, knowing that our role in this messy process is important. And let me repeat, there are no ideal choices here. This is a terrible decision to be making right now. A vote for the litigation option is kicking the can down the road at least 3 years. A vote for the affirmative option presents a solution that perpetuates a system that jails too many people. There are no ideal solutions to us tonight, but there is a marginally optimal one. This evening, we have a viable path forward to end 17 years of stalemate. Sit with that for a second. We have an opportunity to end a stalemate that predates all of our service. It's available today, and I affirmatively to do justice, to love mercy, while walking humbly is now. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Hawk, did you want?
Forward to hearing what others said. We have not heard from Councilmember Deckard, but he wasn't present at our last meeting, and we missed you. So I'll be real polite.
Sure, I'll go and those that wish to speak can speak. So
Sure.
Go ahead.
First, I wrote some notes out here, about 3 pages. I never read anything for anyone that's ever watched me in a meeting, and I'm going to try that for once because I think it's an important night. We've heard a lot of tremendous comments. And I want to thank all the constituents that have weighed in on this. Some of you over the years, I see Seth out there, others at different times. I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the county officials who have reached out to me numerous times over the weeks, and particularly the last week, with a whole range of opinions on this purchase agreement. It is not easy for any constituent to walk into a room like this or go on to a Teams meeting like that and to talk. It's not. And I can remember when I was in the opposite side of that, it can be intimidating, not to mention the time required to track something we struggled to track and struggle to follow is hard enough. But I do appreciate all those emails, phone calls, public comments. And when I was council president, and Councilor Crossley is our president in her second year has really kept this up, I always was insistent that we welcome public comments, that the day the Nat U Hill doesn't have people in it is the day that we probably need to call it quits on this democracy, but there's something here worth fighting for. My day job did take me away at our last council meeting. I have earnestly watched those proceedings. I listened to all those thoughts. So everyone that said something, I heard that, I read your emails, and I've seen that. We have been talking about this a long time. Some of the comments that I've heard over the years, I could almost kind of say, well, I think that this is going to go like this. And sometimes things surprise me so much that people say that I think, I haven't heard that like that. And that's why we have public comment. We've had supporters and detractors from this very purchase agreement. And to me, tonight is about this purchase agreement. I voted no on the original purchase agreement last October. It's hard to believe it was last October. I did so at that time because a whole host of issues vexed the council members, and not all those reasons were the same. Regardless of those opinions that each of those council members had, we always have to remember this. This gets lost in the shuffle. And I'll say this as a person that's been a candidate for another office in recent months. It should never be lost that county council members truly represent the voice of taxpayers before significant public decisions. They're the 7 souls that say, on that funding, based on that whole crowd of 140,000 behind me, some that voted for and some that voted against, I think we need to do that. This is not an easy burden to just kind of shrug off. A county council has to consider how things are funded, what that looks like, and where that gets to. And some of these counselors here have heard, some of you in the public have heard me say, any movement forward has to get to 4 votes in this body out of 7. It has to get to 2 votes in the other body, the commissioners. And of course, the sheriff, whose input we've heard throughout this process and leadership we've seen, has weighed in over time. But those are kind of the bodies. Anything that's not hitting 4, hitting 2, and getting a nod out of that sheriff is sort of like, I don't know, putting water on that light socket over there. And unfortunately, the county, we spend a lot of time putting water on light sockets. And I wish that weren't so. I wish I could change that, but it's probably the nature of how we're built when the state built us this way. But regardless, in October, there was concern. At that time, it was a unanimous agreement of council not to move forward. And in time, we've continued to hear opinions from taxpayers regarding this site, that some of which that was added into tonight, that keep the community from having peace with the North Park site. We've heard that regardless. I think much of that discord comes from many comments and questions we continue to get. And I'm not going to belabor all of them because this audience covered them well, but logistically, there are strong discussions of which folks are not satisfied. And I would have to bet my mortgage tonight to say, based on conversations I've had, based on furrowed brows, that 4 votes are not necessarily forthcoming to have peace on some of this. I have kept an open mind. I've suspended judgment. I've tried to put this matter in the best light. Ultimately, this evening, I will vote the way I voted in October, and I will vote no. Now, that said, I want to be clear. By my nature, the nature of how I think, and you can hear this 4 and this 2, which I've said over and over, and the sheriff in the mix with that, I believe you solve problems, you don't extend them. And so while I appreciate very much what my colleague, Councilor Iverson, who's a strong leader and a tremendous voice for this council, has said about tonight, to me, we're continuing to solve this problem. I'm sure that many people will say voting no extends the problem, and that's fair. I'll take that. I'll take that punch on the chin. But respectfully, that zero-sum kind of argument is what's killing us in politics and in this county, particularly when we're in a time when people are not only counting us on to move, but honor a constitution which says you have to move. One thing I have said consistently in this process, or I've tried, our sheriff has done a remarkable job in improving our jail. He's gone above, beyond, and remarkably transparent in talking about the changes that have been made. His staff comes in here with passion, including the commander there. They come in here with a passion that I would hope everyone would have for their work, and that's made a huge difference. No one can reasonably question that reality, but a solution to this problem to get to 4 here, 2 in the other, has to be feasible, believable, fiscally sustainable, It has to contend with long-term realities and bring peace for folks making that decision. And too often, friends, too often I hear murmurings that say it's a decent, and well, I don't know that it's a decent choice, but it's got a lot of issues. I don't know how this is going to work. That's not been put to peace, okay? So the solution that we come up with has to have answers to big questions on logistics within the community, and it has to ultimately get to that passage. So again, peace comes in the form of 4 here, 2 in there. Now, some people say, well, when you want 4 here and 2 there on an ideal site, that's looking for perfection. That's not perfection. Perfection would be 7 here, 3 there. And if perfection is so hard that we can't get to majority vote, we need to redefine our use of perfection. We got to work harder. So what do we do now? In my opinion, I'm sorry for going so long here, but I want to make sure I cover what I need to. I think we move forward in earnest, continuing our talks between what site works for a location. We've had before us North Park 4 times, 3, 4 times. It's clearly not working. And I wish, for all the passion around it, I wish I had a different answer, but we've had colleagues that have mentioned the Thompson site. I remember our Fullerton discussion, and I have to admit that while both of those sites have problems, I think the eyesight on them changes over time as we continue to examine this. If I had a preference there, and I know this is probably not popular with a lot of folks, to me it's more Fullerton than not, because I think that there's issues that we've not addressed. But again, regardless of what I think, one of these sites has to get to 4 here and 2 in the other body with agreement with that, with our sheriff. A newer city council has indicated it wants to help. We've heard the mayor weigh in and President Asari. We've also heard from other council members that have other thoughts. I take that on face value that they want to help, that they want to do things. They've talked about expediting, but regardless, a willingness to get to a solution wherever it is, I think doesn't end tonight on one vote. I think it continues towards what we do. And the last thing I'll just say, and then I'm going to shut up. We all talk a lot about collaboration. I spent just the last 4 or 5 months talking about collaboration. Some people like that, some people doubt it. Tonight I've heard it 3 million times. And collaboration means that you got one body offering it to something to another body offering it back, and a give and take there with that, and a whole lot of host of other actors. The county has got to make that the order of the day. Friends, we are spending a lot, all our bodies are spending a long time in public meetings where things aren't going well, and I think it's pretty predictable if that collaborative tone doesn't start at the right time, in the right place, among all people. So with that, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
I'm just going to go over.
Okay. I have like notes put everywhere. And I think that I've, like my colleagues, I've been thinking about what are the key important considerations when you're faced with a decision that feels as big as this one. And I think what I go to is the idea of representation, like Councilor Deckard said. We represent you, we represent our neighbors, we represent the community, we represent the folks living and working in the jail. And I go to, what would Monroe County do? What if this were put out there, what would the decision of the people be? And I think months, if not actually years, of seeking out input, talking with folks about the problems and the concerns with our jail and our criminal justice system as a whole has really been a journey and has really informed, I think, where we are tonight. Yeah, it's been a lot, and it's been important. But the other part, of course, of being on county council is the idea of fiscal stewardship. You've heard this already, and I think that's a mandate that we have to live up to if we're going to spend vast amounts of money. And no mistake, we will. That's what, either way. It should be for the things that reflect our values. It should be for what we want to see in our community. So let's be clear, our community is going to pay the price regardless. Income taxes will be the revenue source, and no matter which route we take, there will be more money than most of us think is reasonable spent to solve these very complicated problems. It's a daunting reality. It is reality. So that brings us to, if we're spending the money and we want it to be, reflective of values and the community values, how are we doing that? We're collecting evidence. We're thinking empathetically. And that's sort of my third consideration in all of the decisions is, how do I balance evidence and empathy? And really, I know that a vote against this site is going to, it's going to cost a lot of money, and that doesn't change, that's not all that different to me from a vote for this site. The current jail, the conditions there, the people working there and residing there, all of that it weighs on my soul. It really does. And it must be fixed. And it must be fixed quickly. And yes, we've wasted a lot of time, most notably since our council vote in October. If you ask me, I think that we've squandered several months where we could have really been working on fixing these problems. These problems and the remedies for them must be done on a continual basis, while we also are collaboratively working on the long-term solution that is actively and transparently undertaken. I think we can do that. I don't see it as a dichotomy of North Park or we just give up. This is a process, and we're working through it. We have no timeline for Thompson, per Councilor Iverson, or other locations. And that's because we have not been using that collaborative, active, transparent approach. And I'm aghast and appalled, and it has not been the approach of those who hold the cards moving forward. Sincerely, that my vote no with my colleagues' vote no to action, and I hope that it's a clear message that we want a solution, but North Park is not the right solution. Thanks.
I'm the newbie here still. And I understand that I could vote yes. I understand I could vote no, and it probably wouldn't change much of anything here, but I want to go on the record of saying that I come from a representative world. So I was in the union business representing people on the job for a very long time. either with the union itself or in the community, representing people on the job, place from workplaces, whatever it was they needed, I got involved in. And so if I put my representative hat on, and that's my most familiar hat, I vote no. I don't think that having it far away, as we've heard others tonight and before, and all during emails or texts or whatever that I've gotten messages of, I don't think it's the right service for the community. I just don't. It really doesn't have anything to do with the fact that that North Park is there and it's on the way to Ellisville. Has everything to the fact that it's far from services for me. It's just far. People can't get, we heard testimony this evening about how that 2 blocks made such a difference in a life. Well, I don't want to be on record as not supporting something that could help someone. And I think being closer to those services is very important to me. I was at United Way in some capacity for 25 years. They're working with labor in United Way or working on the board with United Way. And so for me, it's about services. For me, it's about, and I'm like Councilor Wiltz said, we have to get what we have now fixed. We can't go through this whole thing of not taking care of the people who work in the current Justice Building as well as who are inmates in that building. We have to figure out right now, going forward, and make a commitment to do so, to remedy the situation at the same time while we find another site immediately and go forward. So I'm all about going forward.
Councilor Hawk, I'll go to you before I go to Councilmember Henry. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thank you for everyone's words in the room, my colleagues, our county government partners, and the public. I want to start by saying and directing my attention to the public this evening, who's spent time in trying to understand this issue in the press and in the room. I think my vote is well known. I've been a no vote on this since before I became an elected official. And I think tonight, back to October and the promise that I made to Charlotte Zitlow and working through and maintaining our community values to make sure we do not put this facility at North Park. And I hope tonight we see through what Charlotte would do. And I think that's really important to bring into this room again. Again, we have to bring it into this room. I want to say I don't question the sincerity of my colleagues in the city, in the county, of their views and their concerns about people in the jail today, about the ethics that we've been put into. No one doubts that the conditions in the current jail are serious. The people living there and working there deserve safety, they deserve dignity, they deserve constitutional conditions. No one's disputing that. But what is a dispute is the urgency, and whether or not that urgency has been manufactured, has been created, and forcing a decision of this body and its fiscal authority to help our community and our taxpayers make the best decisions that we can for the community. So I want to focus my attention on our duty, on that question of fiscal oversight, which, as Councilor Wiltz pointed out, we've been denied on many occasions because we never get all the information. Things are handed out piecemeal. We get a transportation plan sent out in an email right before Memorial Day weekend that's shared with council but not the public, that may or may not be an answer. This way of doing business has to end. And I think our oversight responsibility is the first stepping stone to getting that, regardless of lawsuits. It has been alleged that we will lose local control. But I look at the public and tell you, I don't think you've ever quite had local control over this project. I certainly don't believe the county council has had local control over this project. When people talk about local control, I want to know whose control they're speaking of. And I do believe it is the Board of Commissioners, the longer they've sat there, that are concerned that stakeholders that have contrary opinions cannot voice them or put them into the conversation. I've heard members of City Council this evening, going back a decade or more, speak to their frustration about being a stakeholder with interest that has been kept outside that door. So local control is an interesting concept as we move forward. But here's where I land, and I think on the fiscal questions that we have asked for weeks now about valuation assumptions and land use assumptions and the realities of infrastructure and the operational impacts that the sheriff has raised. We've only asked for the cost of running this facility for over a year. And what the public forgets is that one of the reasons we voted no in October of 25 was it took a year to get information out of the Board of Commissioners and DLZ, the designers of the facility, of the rising costs and why they were rising. We didn't have the information to work with then. I don't believe we're going to have that information working forward in good faith, which leads me to my last thought, and it really does address the authors of the letter that came out this afternoon. No one doubts, as Councilor Deckard has pointed out, the need for collaboration in the county. But to me, collaboration without any compromise at all is not consensus building. It is a little more than just painting public comity over consciousness, and that is the part that I have a hard time with. So let us collaborate, but not at the tail end of a decision already made, but one that we really do need to make together, including the voices in this room that want to see that Monroe County answer to this problem. I don't want to go on and make this a debate club evening. I think that there has been legion of words dumped in social media and in this room, and the community deserves the full debate someday as to why and how we got here. But the only thing I got to worry about tonight is the fact that the taxpayers of this community, especially the working people, they're going to be asked to pay not for one, but 2 phases at a project that will eventually reach $400 million with interest over 20 years is too much of a burden for working people in this community that cannot afford groceries or gas at this time. I'm a no vote, and I continue to be a no vote. Thank you very much.
I prayed about this. God was listening. I do believe that the choice that for the people that's in that jail now and the ones who will be there in the future is one that we have to make with full knowledge that we save millions going someplace else, going closer to services. Those millions can be spent on services within that jail. I really believe that this was meant to go to a location closer to services. And I'm just grateful for the people who showed up to say, let's get it closer to services. And I am so thankful for the council colleagues here because, believe me, this has not been an easy road. It really has not. I agree that this is not just a no to North Park. This is a yes to moving forward in the future, and we need to make a decision on another location, and I mean quickly. I think we've already heard, and I appreciate what Councilmember Deckard had to say, because he recalls that when we put the offer in on Fullerton, we had the sheriff on board for Fullerton, we had the courts on board for Fullerton, we had the county commissioners on board for Fullerton, we had the county council on board for Fullerton. The offer was made, the seller, we were, go to the seller agreed to it. It was all ready to go. At the time, under a different administration, the city planning said no. That does not mean they would say no now. But I've been told that the county commissioners had not even, unless I spoke with the mayor said nobody had been to even inquire from the county. So that is a lack of moving forward with options. Now, Thompson's already paid for. If that would work, that's fine. That's close to services, etc. But if what we've got to do is get all of those people to agree to move forward, if it takes Fullerton, boy, I'm on board for that, if that's what it takes. And thank you, everyone, for being here tonight.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn. I want to thank the public for coming back out yet again. And it looks like there were 33 people that showed up tonight, both via Teams and in person. And 2 weeks ago, we had a little under 25 people. You came back, and we heard you yet again. To the sheriff and his staff, for your presentation that you continue to give. I appreciate all the things that you have continued to do in our current jail with what little you have to make it as humane as possible. He shed a light, him and his staff shed a light on what it looked like beforehand. How it looks like now is complete night and day. And I think that should be you should be commended for that because you've tried. Here's a couple of things that I heard in this entire process. And it's very frustrating. As council president, it has been extremely frustrating to be in conversations where we feel, I think I heard from Commissioner Thomas, board members have not said which location they would like to have it be, and I guess I didn't think that we needed to spell it out because I think it has been, we have been continuous to say no to North Park. You cannot spell North Park without no. So, that being said, that's where we are. And I don't have any notes or anything like that I have. I'm just kind of going off the cliff of my head here. So let me go ahead and spell it out for people. If you didn't already know, now you know because you're hearing it from me. I think we need to look at what we already have. The public has made comments about what we already have. Use what we already have. And years ago, that was a Thompson site. And I looked at all things considered, way back when studies were done that was supposed to be a juvenile justice facility. And back then, in the term of the economic crisis that we were facing then, my times have changed, that we needed to do something then because costs will continue to skyrocket and will increase. And here we are, yet again, those costs are skyrocketing and increased with building and all of the above. I think with this whole fight of SB 1, where we are kind of taking a look back, and some of us have continued to say that SB 1 is the part where we've kind of, we can't do certain things and we're restricted with our funding and our lit rates and all of those different things. I think that was the moment where we collaboratively, not just talking it, but just actually doing it, could have said, let's take a step back here, let's see what we are really doing, and let us do with what we have. How many of us have struggled to make ends meet and have really different upbringings, whether it's now or past or whatever the case is, and you look at what you have in your cupboards, you've looked at what you have in your bank accounts, and you see the ask, and then you see what you actually have. And then you go, I think we need to make do with what we have. That's all of this right now. We gotta make do with what we have. It is fiscally irresponsible, with a capital I, for me to continue to say, let's say yes to a $11 million purchase agreement when we already have things that we could be using right now. So again, if it's not known, I would like for us to seriously look at, yet again, Thompson. And if you don't want me to keep talking about Thompson, please make me shut up so I don't have to keep talking about it. But I tend to believe that our city colleagues will work and what we need to do with getting that PUD. By the way, it is not county council that is responsible for submitting that PUD request. It is the commissioners that can do that. So if anybody has anything to say, then that is where that goes with. I think I heard something 2 weeks ago, or I almost kind of alluded that we were responsible. The hell we're not. No, we are not. We are not responsible for that. The last thing that I'll say, because I think we've heard enough and then we need to take our roll call vote here, is this has meant so much to me. This has been, I wake up literally at 5 a.m. and I go downstairs and I do all the things that I do in the morning before the rest of my house wakes up. I eat, sleep, breathe these conversations. Today is my son's birthday. I was supposed to be out of town. I canceled all plans to be in this room with all of y'all tonight. That's why it matters to me. The last thing I'll say about what really matters to me is a couple of weeks ago, we had our meeting on March 12th, or May 12th, and then the next day we had our Sophia Travis Grant Committee meeting, and I felt real broken. And at that moment, I was like, can I dare to say yes to North Park? Is there something that I can really find in my heart? Jen, is there, like, take all your biases away that you might have on this site, separate those from facts, and try to look at and see what you can say yes to. And Heather Bland actually came in our Sophia Travis Grant Committee, and she talked about a story about what New Life does for their clients, and it was the ask that she said, and she made a comment about a client needing to be helped, and then she said that the client was her. That has stuck with me for the past 2 weeks. And then Misty comes in here and wants to make everybody cry that has a heart, and say that 2-block radius can make and break a difference. I want my name to attach to not a building in this county that will screw people over for years to come, period. I am raising children in this community that will have to pay for this if they choose to live here, or if they want to ride off into the sunset and go somewhere else. That's what we really want people to do. That's what we really want people to take care of. I understand the human concept. I understand the people that are working in that building. Yes, I understand. So please don't anybody at me and try to tell me I don't, because I do. I take all things into consideration. But this is the part right now where I feel like this is a moment where we can either do well or we could screw it over. And I was a no back in October. I was a no back in a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still a no. But again, here's where I can say yes. I can say yes to true active collaboration. I can say yes to really getting down in the trenches, like today, like after this is all, well, maybe not today, because I literally want to spend a little bit of time with my son. Or the next day, where we can come back in a room and say, let's figure this out. Mr. Richardson back there has continued to say, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. I can tell you, we are trying to talk about it. Whether or not other people really want to come to the table and really want to talk to us about it, that's a whole other subject. But again, I think about, as Councilmember Henry has said before, Charlotte's last conversations were, you all can do hard things. You just need to know how to do it and go do it. And since we are quoting songs, I really like to think of songs as well to get me through hard times. And a great lyricist by the name of Tupac said, remember one thing, through every dark night, there's a bright day. And after that, so no matter how hard it gets, stick your chest out, keep your head up, and handle it. Colleagues, that's what we gotta keep doing. County commissioners, that's what we have to keep doing. City colleagues, sheriff here, that's what we have to keep doing. Yes, I understand the repercussions. I come from people who understand consequences of many things that have come up against them. But this right here, this is where we are. So with that being said, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councillor Hawk.
I continue to be no. I was no from the beginning. First, second, third, and fourth vote, however many votes, it's been no.
Councillor Iverson.
Yes.
Councillor Deckard.
No.
Councillor Henry.
No.
Councillor Crossley.
No.
Councillor Wiltz.
No.
Councillor Feidel.
No.
Motion fails 1-6.
Council colleagues, as a way to make sure, like, we still got a couple of more things on the agenda. As a point of privilege, I want to be able to take a 5-minute recess. So I think we could just take a 5-minute recess. Let's be back at 8:06, promptly at 8:06, so we can finish up with this meeting. Thank you. And we are back. So I'd like to note for the record that we do not have Councilmember Henry anymore, and so we will proceed with the rest of the agenda here. And I saw Councilmember Decker has his hands raised.
Madam President,
Yes.
Based on my studying of the agenda, I believe item C should probably be now removed from this agenda, and if that were the will of the body, I'd take a second for that and a vote if you want.
But I think we have to have a denial, or how does that?
So, can we, I mean, we could combine. So I would second that. And then I would like to offer another motion after we, I guess we have to discuss one at a time.
What does the attorney say? Is this the right way to do it?
Yeah, I would just call it up, and if deem it to be unneeded, to deny it, yeah.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay. All right.
I feel like there are two things. There's the item C appropriation, which we don't need and could just drop, right?
And I'm here to request it be removed from the agenda.
There you go. Okay. I think that's one thing, but I think we also, just to be very clear and to avoid what happened in October, we need to add an item to clarify our most recent vote. So we, instead of just voting no or against approval of the resolution, we should have a vote to deny the resolution. If you recall, last October, we had to come back just to make ourselves clear. And I think it might be a good idea to get that out there. Do you agree? Sorry.
Yes.
Because that was something that we did at the very end of the lengthy meeting, is that Ms. Turner King had us go back and do that. So, okay, so, yeah.
All right, Council, I move to remove item C from the Board of Commissioners from today's agenda.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further debate or comment on this item from council? None.
I would just say it concerns me that we don't just deny it, but.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what we're moving towards next.
No.
She meant deny this
Yeah.
one, and you meant deny the ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
Is there a difference?
Uh,
Substantively?
If you deny the appropriation, they can't budget it. I mean, if it's pulled, it's, and you haven't tabled it to a different meeting, it can't go anywhere.
If it's not continued, it's dead.
Additional appropriation.
It's dead, even if we take it. We just
Because
take
it'd have to be re-advertised. You can deny it too, if that's what your preference is. But if not approving it and not continuing it would kill it as well, because you'd have to re-advertise.
Yeah, my motion would mean that they would need to have to re-advertise it. So, yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. So motion is to strike it. Is there any other further question or comments? Yes.
So would it ever come back, or do we have to worry about?
Only if they submit another request.
And could they submit another request no matter what we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can submit
Just
a
like they
request for an
did
additional
about-
appropriation anytime.
However many times. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. So seeing no other further question or comment on this, we can do a voice vote. Okay, so all those in favor of removing this from our agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Yes, motion carries. Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Council, I move to deny ordinance 2026-17.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to deny the resolution. Is there any other further question or comment? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I do want to make a quick comment. I did vote against or for the resolution, and I am going to make a different vote on denial. It doesn't mean that I've changed my mind, but it is, I think, important to say I understand the will of council and I want to move forward with the community. So this is not me changing my vote. This is simply a different topic in my mind.
Right. Any other further questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of denying resolution?
I believe that probably should be a roll call
all right.
vote.
May we please have a roll call vote?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes to deny.
Yes to denying. Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Feidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes for denial.
Yes. Motion passes unanimous, 6-0.
Okay. So next up, we jump back into our county business with the health department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the health department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 8111-9623 Crisis Coag Supports Workforce a full-time public health nurse school liaison.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are joined by Ms. Kelly and Board Member Lisa Robinson. Welcome.
Welcome and good evening. So this request is just essentially to backfill our public health nurse and school liaison position. This just recently, unfortunately, became a vacant position, but it is crucial to supporting our school health services, our public health nursing services, and meeting those core service requirements for Health First Indiana.
Any questions or comments from council on this item? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. There's public comment on this item. You can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Feidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Item E.
Council, I move to approve the health department's request in Fund 8112-9626 Sexually Transmitted Disease Strengthening Prevention Grant, a category transfer of $164.99 from the supplies category, $15,533.77 from the services category, and $12,500 from the capital category, for a total appropriation of $28,198.76 into the personnel category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. What would you like to tell us about this?
So this is basically just a housekeeping item. So we're looking at the remaining grant funds that we have and made some decisions that we're going to be running short on our personnel lines. So just these category transfers will help us to cover those personnel expenses. We do have a new grant that was just recently approved by the county commissioners. So that will be coming to you soon, just to continue receiving this funding.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments? As she said, it's pretty much bookkeeping. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
So do you anticipate then needing to move money back once you get the new funding, or is this, I'm just looking at some of the lines here, equipment, training, travel, they're pretty large amounts. So do you anticipate needing to come to us to fill those accounts at some point?
So when we receive the new executed grant, we will have funding that's set aside specifically for some of these other areas. We do spend a lot in mileage, so a large portion of that will be going to the training and travel.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there is public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern in the room or raise your hand via Teams. May we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
I'm going to say no.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Majority.
Okay. Next up is item F.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request to approve the creation of a new position and simultaneously approve the job description for the clinical assistant.
Second.
Sorry. Sorry. We got a motion and a second. And what would you like to add to this item?
So back in March of this year, we came before you all to ask for an approval to create a job description for a clinical assistant position. So this clinical assistant position will help to support our nursing services and maternal child health services. So one thing that I just want to make sure that's very clear, this is more than just a front desk role. This is really a critical position for our daily operations and help to ensure that our services are functioning effectively, legally, and safely for our Monroe County residents. This role is really going to serve as the operational backbone of our clinical services. It will ensure that patients can access care, maintain medical records, and billing for our Medicaid services. This position, will support nearly every patient interaction. So from when patients are walking through the door, they will be checking them in, they will be checking them out, helping to oversee our inventory for our health supplies, and really being able to support our nurses and our maternal child health coordinator. So the request tonight is for the County Council to consider approving us to move forward with hiring this position.
I just want to add, go ahead. No. I just want to add, I want to remind council that we lost our contract with IU Health, and so we are trying to recreate our infrastructure to provide services for the county residents. And so this is part of that movement. This person is the equivalent of someone who is front lines there to talk with the patients, schedule patients. They are an MA, so they can provide vaccines, and they're doing a lot of different roles. But again, in our effort to replace that infrastructure and have people to do it and provide care. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I'm really happy to see this come to fruition. I think we've been talking about this for months. And so, there's been a lot of hard work. Kim Schell worked on this job description. I know Molly Turner King worked on this job description. You all worked hard on this job description. It's gone before WIS, so I'm really excited this is coming here. And I guess for those who haven't seen the latest health board meeting, the health board has reviewed this, and this is good to go?
Yes.
Excellent.
Else? Yes.
So maybe, can you tell me how it's been working up of this new position? I mean, how many people have been filling in instead of this one create?
Well, so when IU was providing all of these services, they had probably the equivalent, we're not sure exactly because we kept trying to get information, but maybe 4 people providing services and covering for each other. And so we are literally trying to create those positions in order to provide the services. So right now, Lori has actually been filling in and trying to do her job and provide cross coverage, which is obviously not ideal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So if there's no other further questions or comments from council, I'll move to public comment. If there is public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk, do you want to vote? Okay. Counselor Hawk is leaving the meeting. Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. And now we're to the bare bones of quorum. So next up is item G.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request in Fund 1159-0000 Health Fund, the creation of account line 10190 Clinical Assistant, and simultaneously approve a category transfer of $41,351 from the Services category to the Personnel category.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Kelly.
So this request is essentially we are taking some of the funding that was set aside for the IU Health contract, and we'll be transferring those funds to be able to support the funding of this position moving forward.
Okay. Any questions or comments from council on this item?
Very helpful.
Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Up item H.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request to amend the 2026 salary ordinance to add in Fund 1159-0000 Health Fund, account line 10190 Clinical Assistant, Comet B, 35 hours, non-exempt level.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
I think this is basically just a housekeeping item to ensure that we have this added to the salary ordinance.
All right, any questions or comments from council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll once again go back to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the room here or raise your hand via Teams. Still seeing none. May we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, next up is item I.
Council, I'd like to open for discussion the reclassification of the Health Services Director position.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
So recently, we had the pleasure of meeting with Counselor Iverson, and during that time, we discussed some different strategies for really being able to recruit the best fit for this Health Services Director position. So while we have received applicants and we have been actively interviewing, it's been extremely challenging to find a candidate with years of experience that come in through the door at that entry-level pay rate. So really the discussion that we had with Councilor Iverson was to bring this to the full council to discuss options for being able to reclassify this position, to change the pay rate, and what options that we would have available just to be able to widen the candidates that we could potentially bring in for this position.
I would like to add, we currently are paying this position $34 an hour. For comparison, Allen County pays their person $39 an hour. The real issue we run into is that we are competing against IU Health, who they offer usually a $30,000 bonus for RNs to come on board with them. So we have, the only way we can be competitive really is to increase the dollar amount per hour. So our thinking, and we discussed this at our board meeting, was, we may be coming to you asking for maybe $36 an hour, but the best way to approach that is to change the pay structure. So that's.
Yes, Council.
I think since my name is invoked in the agenda as the liaison to this department, I do want to point out that there is a lot of documentation in your packet. There's all sorts of information about what other counties do, and in particular, if this is earlier in the meeting, I'd ask for this to be displayed. But take a look at page 92 in the packet. It's the org chart for Allen County. Can you talk a little bit about why you included the org chart for Allen County in the packet?
Yes, so the population for Allen County is around 430,000, and by comparison, Monroe County is about 30%. If you look at the org chart, they have 23 full-time clinical staff to support their population. We think that eventually we will need, as a percentage, 8 full-time employees to support the health department in what we're doing, and that makes sense with having, again, lost our contract. So we're just using Allen County structure. If you also see there are 2 positions, full-time positions they have for data management and IT management, and eventually those positions we will be discussing more with you all because those are going to be critical to our maintaining our funding with the state. So we're just trying to get the number of people we have to serve Monroe County kind of in line with other counties per population. So, and to give you, so you don't panic, we currently have, I would say, 4 full-time folks, and eventually we'll need 4 additional full-time folks, which we've just asked for another one of those positions here. So we are just behind in trying to provide these services that are required by law for our county. Thank you.
The other thing that's in the packet is a job description from Allen County. Are we to interpret that that is similar to what the director job description looks like?
Yes and no, I would say. So I think that part of it is there is some crossover with some of those duties, but there's also a position under that, like a nurse supervisor. And really, if we're trying to compare, we're trying to replace these services through IU Health, through those contracted positions. They had 3 nursing positions that were covering vaccinations and our communicable disease, our lead, and our health screenings. We were funding a full-time school health liaison. They also then had a nurse supervisor. So the health services director for the health department had already been created specifically for the health department separate from overseeing nurses and nurse duties. So some of those additional duties had to kind of be combined into this health services director position and some of these nursing positions, again, because we really are trying to be respectful of the hiring freeze. We know that, finances are tough. So, kind of trying to weigh and balance how can we combine multiple kind of positions and duties into positions instead of just asking for more positions. But it is also becoming very challenging for us just to be able to get services really up and going and to have layers of protection. So when I look at our organizational chart and some of the proposed changes, if you look at our environmental health services, you can see, when I see that, I see layers of protection because they have a director and then they have 3 different subcategories of environmental health services that have those senior positions, so that team lead, that supervisor, and then they have positions under that. It's very similar with our vital records. Those are 2 of our best functioning areas in the health department. And really that's because they have those layers of protection, those people who can fill in and cover gaps, cover absences, cover vacations, really have this wealth of knowledge, but they're also more subject matter experts. So what we're kind of running into is how do we balance fulfilling these nursing services and these maternal child health services, because at some point it's going to be a question of, do we want jack of all trades but masters of none? Or do we want subject matter experts who can also be able to somewhat fill in the gaps, from time to time? In an ideal scenario in the future, we would have a nurse supervisor who is that first nurse supervisor overseeing our 3 public health nurses, and then we would have the health services director. For example, we need at least 2 clinical or nursing positions who is our primary vaccine coordinator for our Vaccines for Children program, and we need at least 1 backup. We really just need more positions available to be able to fill those roles.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Decker.
Anytime we have something that's a little bit complicated and it's a bit jump ball for us, it's often like watching the movie 2001 when the apes were like around the monolith, because it's hard for us to, I think, construct it. And my hope is that we can get some sort of solution recommendation that we can play around with. One question I have is, going back, Doctor, you had mentioned that we compete with IU Health just generally for that nursing bonus. Would you say it was 30,000?
It's 20 to 30,000, I believe. Or some RNs are getting. We just can't compete. And we had actually someone apply to one of our positions, and they were perfect, and their quote was, "Well, I just can't do that. I mean, I can't, feed my family. I can't do that. I can make more money elsewhere." So I think it's the difficulty is, you all are facing budget cuts, of course, but I think we are here to say we sort of have to do this. And the other thing I will remind you is that we have this money in the health fund currently. So we're just asking for a reclassification. We have the funds.
Does that, thank you on all this, and that bonus is something someone like me should know, and I had no idea about that. Does that, if we reclassify this, does it start triggering any other movement on the chain? Anytime I see
Well, I guess we're saying we are going to be having discussions over the next few months to try to create our infrastructure. So yes, perhaps, but this is an important start. And we worked with Peter to try to figure out what was the best solution for right now.
Counselor Will?
Well, I was pointing at him.
Oh, okay.
I talk too much. Why don't you go?
Well, I guess my questions, and I don't know who or if there's answering happening. So feel free to just ignore me if it isn't answerable. But my concern, and it's been expressed before by others, is the sustainability of the health fund and what is going to happen. And I guess my question is, what's your thinking on that topic? I mean, have you?
Well, it's a catch-22, right? Because if we don't meet the criteria, we're going to lose the funding.
Right.
And I believe it's the commissioners that accepted the funding and made that decision in the first place. So if we don't meet criteria, we're going to lose the funding. So I can't answer that. I don't know what the legislature is going to do.
Yeah, follow up. So, in your opinion, is the funding that's currently allocated enough to sustain your current, but also this vision of expansion that you have?
Well, I think we have to work through that. I think Monroe County is underserved in the realm of public health. I think we have been behind for a while. I think the pulling out of IU from the contract has now brought that to light acutely, and I think it's our responsibility to work through that and figure that out.
Good luck. It's daunting. Go ahead.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, Doctor?
Sure.
Do you think the IU Health contract kind of masks some of that the underfunding for a while now, this is bringing it to light? I would love any thoughts on that.
I think that we continue to ask for data to try to figure out exactly how much money was coming in for their services, how much they were charging patients, their co-pays, et cetera. And then in addition to that, also trying to figure out how many people were providing these services, and we never could sort of get answers. So I'm not sure how to answer that. We're trying to, that's kind of behind us now. So here's where we are, and we're thankful that you all and Peter are willing to listen and hopefully work with us.
All right, so next steps. I've heard a vision that's articulated, or that Laura, you articulated, where you've got an org chart for our health department here in Monroe County, where you've got a 3-deep system where there's backups to the backup. I've heard now we've got this admin, we've voted that in, so you've got an admin that you can go out and hire, and we're thinking about a director here to kind of get that clinic structure going, up and running, so you don't have to do everything. What would be the next step, Ms. Michelle?
Okay, I want to open. Okay, this is our current org chart. And this is the section here that we're talking about. Here's the health services director, and then here are the 3 public health nurses. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're wanting the health services director, then under that, to have that tiered system, you're wanting a senior, I'll just call it a senior public health nurse. And then under that would then be these 3 positions, along with the clinic assistant that was just hired. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, so that means that would be a new position, and we would have to do just like what we did with the clinical assistant, is work together, create a job description that has the supervisory duties, probably other nursing duties as well, because I'm assuming the senior public health nurse would also be seeing patients, giving vaccines, that kind of thing. So we would have to create that job description and either come back to you and go to WIT, and say, hey, we're ready, or you guys give us the go-ahead, we get it together, and then we send it off to WIS.
Is that amenable?
Yes, and that's really structure that we need to be able to operate the most efficiently for the department.
Have you considered taking one of those 3 positions and, basically not creating a new position and working with just the 3, but make one the supervisor with 2 under and the assistant?
We've tried, well, go ahead.
Yes, it's just not working. It's too much to just keep combining and compiling all of these different areas. Perhaps we could try to make it work and come back in another 6 months or so. But again, to be able to kind of replace some of that structure that was in place previously, we really just need that additional layer to help support these services. It's really challenging as well. When we had the health services director previously, again, before we knew that we were going to be taking on these services. We had a really great candidate that was going to come into that position. Then we learned of the changes and how that job description was going to be modified to absorb these additional duties. And that alone they're no longer interested. It's just too much. There's no increase in pay and a lot for that role to take on.
And that's the very top purple. Sorry.
Correct.
Yep. But that would be alleviated by creating a position under it that then supported from above kind of the rest of the nursing. Got it.
Correct.
So we are talking now, I just want to clarify, because this has been a long night and I think I'm a little slow. We're talking about creating a new position and also at the same time making the health services director an SO?
Correct.
And I believe within the request, there was, they were asking to change this health services director position from a 35-hour to a 40-hour as well. Correct?
Correct. Again, just trying to think of different strategies that we could discuss to be able to help kind of absorb some of these duties. Do I think that that would be needed with the supervisor? No. But again, really just trying to be respectful that we need to be mindful of, our finances, and how can we balance that with also providing the best services that we can for the community.
I just want to, remind council that, our next pandemic is, I hope not, but just around the corner. We just, things like Ebola, which was contained in the DRC and now is in Italy, and now there are 220 cases in there, et cetera, et cetera. So we are just trying to get our ducks in a row so that we are more prepared, if anyone could be prepared, for things that we may not even be aware of at this time.
There's a recent scare in our own.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, and I really just think that that emphasizes how important it is. I really just want to take a moment to just really stress how wonderful it is that we do have health department staff who will step up and fulfill whatever capacity that they can. And in that situation, we were able to call upon 2 other employees to help us navigate and work through that situation. But that won't always be the case because we do have certain services that require that nursing credential to be able to provide those very specific services.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Did I understand your answer to Counselor Iverson's question to be that you didn't necessarily think that the health services director needed 40 hours a week, but that was a strategy that you were putting forth? Is that?
If we had a supervisor, again, if we had that 3-tier system, because that would help to balance that workload.
And can I just offer that current position of the health services director for 2026, when they come in at minimum, that hourly rate is $32.52. So they requested 36, which would be at the close to the 3-year, because the Pat D for a 3-year is actually a 36.14 an hour. The 35-hour, yeah.
And all of those are Pat Ds across the top list.
The health services director is a Pat D.
What are the other directors?
Oh,
Pat Ds. Yeah, they're all Pat Ds. But,
and they're at 40?
Just one is at 40.
Okay, yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, 2.
We're at 40.
Uh-huh.
And,
okay. Two are and 2 are not.
Right.
That's a little bit more challenging, not being able to have that flexibility to possibly offer the midpoint hiring rate. So again, that's just one of the challenges that we're trying to navigate with recruiting.
Health Services Director is a Pat D. The Environmental Health Services Director is a Pat D. And Public Health Preparedness Director is a Pat D at 40 hours. And the Vital Records Director is a Pat D at 40 hours. It's not unheard of within their department.
no, I've talked before about those types of positions, trying to make them more equivalent in terms of, so I think.
And that's kind of how the preparedness position came into the 40 hours, because there was discussion of, hey, should we make all of these 40 hours? Should we move to that point?
That's something that we could do until perhaps we have more options. I mean, it's not to the exclusion of other things you've suggested, just
I just want to say that if you put somebody at 40 hours and you hire them on, it's more difficult to move them back to a 35-hour.
Why would I do that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, if you're going to go ahead with that model, I mean, if you're going to add another position.
Okay, because
you see what I'm saying? Because she's saying the 40-hour would be great if we're not going to have that senior help.
Okay. So, are there any other further questions, or does anybody wish to make a motion regarding this?
Well, I think the next step is that we're going to just simply work together. Well, no, this is on the SO, isn't it?
Yeah, right now we are talking about the reclassification of the health services director position. And part of their request was for the reclassification as well as the hours. So if you do the reclassification to an SO, you also have to set an hourly rate at the same time.
And you had mentioned one earlier in the meeting, I think, correct? Or was I imagining that?
No, they said 36.
Or to suspend our midpoint hire.
Oh, that's
Are you
Pandora's
gonna
box,
do
isn't
that?
it?
Are you going to do that for every position?
Is this too much on the fly? We need to get
Bring it
down
back?
paper and do a fiscal impact and all that.
We, but until our next meeting, how, well, I don't want to stand in the way of, I just think that maybe about the equity of the positions important, and I'm not sure. I just thought if I'm the only one who's thinking that, maybe.
All right, council, I move to reclassify the health services director to an SO at $36 an hour.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there further questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Michelle.
Are we keeping it at 35 hours?
Yes?
That would be
Yeah.
acceptable if, yes.
Okay, so for now, we'll keep it at 35, and then
Mhm.
that way it at least gives you
Let's take one step at
jumping
a
off.
time.
Yeah,
Yep,
a jumping
one-
off.
yep,
That's good with me.
Okay.
Well,
So
not my decision, but.
we'll work on reclassifying and come back. Is that right here? Okay. Okay, so no other further questions or comments?
Can we recap what it is we're doing here, please?
Yes, so essentially we are moving to reclassify this as a SO position.
And how
And
much?
we're gonna
the
keep it-
hour? Tell me the hourly rate again.
36.
36?
And for right now, we are not gonna do anything with the hours. We're gonna keep it at
Got that.
35.
I just didn't get the hours. I should have just asked
Yep,
that.
yep.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
we're there. All right.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
Councilmember
Thank
Decker.
you.
Okay. I'll see if there's any public comment. If there's public comment, item, please come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams.
Sauntering up.
Evening, Council. Sarah Ryderband, your Community Monroe County Health Officer. I encourage you to support this. I went to a state symposium now 2 weeks ago, and when I went to all of the tables of all of the counties in our state and asked how to get public health nurses, they just looked at me and laughed. It is next to impossible, which is why we need to be paying any nurse $36 an hour. Indeed, across the state, IU and other hospitals are offering $30,000 sign-on bonuses and then are paying $36 to $38 an hour. I then went looking to see what other health services are recruiting nurses and at what pay scale, and it's above that. So for us to be at all competitive, for us to be able to serve the people of Monroe County with the nursing care that our public health nurses have provided for the last 60 years in conjunction with the hospital, we need to be paying them what the going rate is. I wish it were otherwise. I wish that everyone simply wanted to serve the community and that it didn't make a difference, but we also know how expensive it is and how much more it becomes expensive to support a family in this community or anywhere in this state. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, or, sorry, any other public comment? And seeing none, Michelle, may we please have a roll call vote?
This is a vote to reclassify the Health Services Director position as an SO at a $36 an hour rate. Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Counselor Fidel.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Find someone good.
Thank you.
Thank you for sticking through a long meeting.
A good night.
You too. All right, next up, we are almost done. So we are going to, it's that time of year again, yay, where we have to look at the president's letter. And so I'm gonna look to Michelle as she gladly will display it on screen. Okay, so we were a little delayed in getting this out. My apologies. And thanks for staff and their patience with me. I hope everybody had a chance and an opportunity to take a look at the letter. Again, this was just really reiterating the fact that SB1, the sequel trilogy, still loom in our budgets. And so this time around, we are asking for folks to budget on a flat budget time this time around. The other biggest thing that we have in this letter is the fact that that we are asking for people to put in. I know we would have that factored in as people would do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be a COLA. However, I think we need to get through all of our budget items first to kind of take a look at that. With longevity, I know that was a big controversial thing that happened towards the end of our budget season last time around, but I've asked Councilor Iverson and the Long-Term Finance Committee team to take a look at that, and I believe that is something that will happen in the almost a June meeting. Why am I going back to February? So we are not going back. So that is another thing as well. And overall, I think the sentiment is much like we did last year, is help us, like departments. Again, we had a lot of departments that kind of did a lot of work on the fly to really try to continue with that same kind of spirit. As we try to keep the county moving forward, as we still deal with our budget concerns going 7 budget cycle. Did I miss anything, Michelle?
No, the only thing that I want to say is with regards to the full-time self-insurance, we are asking for the departments to appropriate high. We're going with $18,000 per position. Right now, the current amount is $16,500. I've been speaking with the commissioner's administrator as well as the the employee services department, And we will get a good idea come June on how that amount that we settled for last year, because we really kicked it up last year to 16.5, and how that amount is working with the budget for 2026. So June will give us at least a half of a year to see how the claims have been coming in and what's been going out. The commissioner's administrator believes that not stay at 18, but they really don't want to guess anything until they get that mid-year review. So once we get that done, we'll come back before the end of the budgets. But for right now, we're just going to have everybody do it at the 18. The only other thing I want to say is Councilor Crossley did say that she wanted, that the budgets are to be flat. Also, what we put in here is for 2026, departments, council moved the supplies as well as travel and training into the edit fund. So to get a true look at what the budget is going to cost, we would like those amounts put back into your original request so that we can see what needs to be moved, at all, that kind of thing. So, so we're asking everyone that has an edit fund budget to put those amounts back into their original requested budget. And that way, that's going to give you a good estimate on this is what the budget would look like without the edit funding. So.
So earlier tonight, we heard people invoke gas prices and grocery prices. Could you talk a little bit about your thinking around COLA?
Well, you all have a long-term finance committee meeting that is coming up, and I know last year the conversation was we gave a COLA. Let's look at how other things kind of play out with this year, and that's the same sentiment. From my understanding, Mr. Garitas is supposed to give you all like a review, like a pre-budget review. And so I was thinking along with longevity, if that's something that could be discussed in terms of COLA increase, that could be brought up and then be brought to the council as we consider that for budget cycle. Because last year, I know the COLA, to give a COLA barely passed.
That's right.
And so with this year and a lot of, prices going up and people really want to, we want to be able to sustain and retain like our employees as much as possible. That's a way for us to kind of look at all things. I hope nobody will look at this and go, oh, she's talking about getting rid of people. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just saying what we talked about last year is also something that we should look at this year for 2027.
Got it.
So as we are prepping that in June and whatnot, we can have those conversations now instead of September, October, when we get a room full of people again, if we talk about something.
Yep.
It's better to start proceeding and letting people know ahead of time what our thoughts are. We said we would do that a lot earlier this year. Obviously, lots of other things have taken hold of council's attention so far. And so now as we kind of move all over the place, that's the idea there.
I think that's helpful. Thank you.
I am still working on trying to get you a fiscal impact of what a no COLA for next year would look like, but it also includes the step increases where everybody's going to be at come next year based on a snapshot. So I do know that we've got a couple people that are retiring, that kind of thing. So, but like I said, it'll be based on a snapshot of a particular period of time, and I will get you, you know, what I can to show what a no COLA with the step increases, because I know that one council member had mentioned maybe not even allowing people to have their step increases. So, well, you know, that kind of thing, which my end would be a nightmare.
That is not in the president's letter.
No, but it would be.
Yeah, but I want to, you know, but the president's letter does say, you know, budget with no COLA, include all the step increases and this kind of thing. But I wanted to get you that information, and it will be forthcoming, hopefully before the long-term finance, so that we can review it at that time.
Look at us working together.
And then as well as the longevity, I'm working on a reduction, you know, kind of thing.
That's right.
Either cold turkey, you know, or over the years, kind of what that fiscal impact would look like.
Good. Okay.
And in plenty of time for budget season, right? We don't want to leave that to the last second.
Right.
That is too emotional.
And then the other thing that what I thought, it sounded like the feedback that I got from last budget cycle was the fact that we met with, as liaisons with departments a lot earlier to kind of explain things. I thought that went okay. Right again this year. And, you know, so liaisons can help people out in case there is any other things that we need to talk about. But again, I thought I thought it went fine. I think we could do it again. And this is my last president letter, because I ain't doing president. Yay! Happy. That girl.
You are.
Yes, Ms. Gregory.
Just a quick comment that my team and I will continue to update our self-insurance fund analysis, and that kind of shows the trend as well, because we do know like more people meet their deductible, and the second half of the year is more heavy as far as expenses for the county. So.
It's true.
Thank you.
All those last minute surgeries.
All right. Well, there is no other further questions that are needed, so Michelle will kind of get together and that'll go out and as departments are working through, because will be June in about another week, and before you know it, we'll be sitting here for long hours yet again. Yeah.
Thanks for doing the letter. Thanks for doing the letter.
Well, you're welcome. My pleasure. It was staff that was kind of kicking me for it. So I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. All right, now is the moment we've all been waiting for, is council liaison updates and comments. I know last meeting, and because Councilor Henry is not here, we had to give up some of his duties, and so I think Councilor Fido, you might have been thinking about it. We probably should hold off on that another time.
I don't know that somebody's reported when they meet.
Yeah, and I think
I would need to know that before I decided.
So we'll just hold off and we'll wait on that.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna look down to the left over here and see if we have any final liaison comments as before we adjourn.
I do not come with my color-coded towel at this time. First time, I think, in probably 3 or 4 months. And so I'll just say jail, jail, jail.
Yep. Yeah. Council rules. And color coded.
I just have a comment that I just have been reflecting on in the kind of rest of this meeting, which is, you know, earlier, Commissioner Madeira, I think it was, said that this decision and vote that we made today really is taken in the context of how we wish to be remembered. And I've been thinking on that, and I hope that we, and this time, are remembered as people who knew the importance of deliberation and intentional system change, I hope that we're seen as people who have thought outside of the typical parameters of how we do things, because that's the opportunity that we have right now. And in that vein, I would really like to call on the commissioners to seize the day and perhaps call a meeting where we, or at least some of us, could participate with them and the mayor and the common council and the sheriff to really just talk about the possibilities and not the past but the future. And and do it this week. I mean, let's just look toward what we can do.
I'll be really quick. I want to give a shout out to my council colleagues. I was gone for work. Part of some of what a lot of us do is we have jobs that are our day jobs, and then we have this as the other job. And I was gone with students to Greece for part of my duties, an assigned duty about a year. And I appreciate all my council colleagues who pitched in and did their work in a meeting where you don't want to see empty chairs. They saw one next to them. And I know that we're going to have plenty more meetings where we do lots of things. I did want to mention an effort, a pamphlet here that I've kind of been looking at the last month or so. And this pamphlet may seem a little bit odd, but it actually is appropriate for our time because it's a pamphlet about the Revolutionary War patriots of Monroe County. And as a person that descended from one of them, so many people have had to hear that I come from a 9-generation family that they're probably gagged when they hear it. But as a person that comes from one of those families, one of the things that sometimes when you grow up in a family like that, where things were not written, people were poor and couldn't pass it down, is you never knew that. But we have these individual, I didn't know until I was in my 20s that there was an even remote connection. And some great folks, including Barbara Hawkins, there's some sponsors that assisted with it. They put together a pamphlet that really memorialized some of these souls that are buried here in the community, including not only men, but women that are remembered. And so you can get these at the courthouse, the History Center. It's the Revolutionary War Patriots of Monroe County. You can visit many of these grave sites. But when I think about people doing the hard and the impossible, I look at some of the conditions that they overcame when things did not look very normal at all. And it's kind of a reminder that all throughout our time, we got to go back to work. And I know there's probably a lot of sore everything, but we got to do it. So anyway, I'll stop talking and thank you.
The other thing I need to say is I heard there's a birthday tonight, and I think we should get going.
Oh, yeah, I was like, which? Yes, Miss Turner King has a birthday. And she's not here, but
Oh, I
yes.
wasn't talking about that one.
Yeah,
Not talking about that one.
my 14. So that being said, I don't think I have anything else to add. I think Councilor Wiltz was very, very spot on in what she said, and I think that work starts now. I think, perhaps, I don't know if that's something that we could do together with commissioners. I think that's the moment that we are in, and it's been asked for, and I think that's vote tonight should not mean that we just sit here and we stop. I think we need to continue to keep. We've heard the sheriff say all the things. I think we all are in agreement that we do need to do something. Our community is asking us to do something. There's just a site that just didn't work tonight. So that being said, I appreciate everybody and all the work that we've done. Oh, one other thing I would like to say, one other thing is I think we have some conflicts with June 9th. June 9th is the second Tuesday that we have. And so Counselor Iverson is out, and I actually will be out as well. So we. Oh, I was
mean
like,
just
oh,
generally
God.
the
Oh,
meeting?
yes, yeah. And so last year, I remember I was saying that I think we should try to put in a recess for that reason, just in case we have people that need to do things. And so I am going to say that we are going to cancel June 9th.
So did I have it down correct that we're supposed to do the Sophia Travis that night?
Well, we could bump that to the 23rd. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Especially because we are really, really early with Sophia Travis.
Yeah.
And that, shout out to staff for making that work and easy. And we have a meeting this upcoming Friday.
Okay, so if you cancel the meeting, I would like to have that in a motion just so that we.
Council, I move to cancel the June 9th County Council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Does anybody just want to sit here and have a meeting without the president and the pro tem? You can do it. All right, so all those in favor of canceling the June 9th meeting signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, June 9th is officially canceled. Yes, Councilor Vital.
I really neglected to mention that I enjoyed the Memorial Day service this week, yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It hadn't been that long ago. And so I was at the Rose Hill Cemetery with others, Councilor Crossley and Councilor Deckard, and then proceeded to go to the Bahal Cemetery also. And it was just what an expansive event that was. I wasn't expecting to be a big deal, but it turned out to be quite the production, and the speaker was just fantastic. So I think there was just a lot of heartfelt messages there, and appreciation for our veterans. And my granddaughter serves in the Air Force now, so I have two people close to my heart that I just wanted to say how much I appreciated doing part of that.
Agree. And that's Stephen and Andrew. So thank you for putting that on and being able to get out and show support. Make the ultimate sacrifice. All right, so with that being said, we are adjourned. Happy birthday, Mason.